thoughts that I've never shared. God, I love Fleetwood Mac. VO Raid. Damn your life. Almost, but I didn't. Like, I wish I wrote this song. You don't say you'll never love me again. Your mom loved this shit? Then by default, I love your mom. This is not boomer music. You dick. This is great music. Break the chain. Then you'll never love me again. You know, I get a lot of accusations of listening to boomer music here. It's not my fault that it's just great music. Okay? Maybe some of y'all need to have better music taste. Fleetwood Mac is timeless. Actually. You've been quiet since the strike started. I know. I have been. But not anymore. I'm breaking the chain. This or go your own way. Different vibes. I mean, come on, listen. Listen to that fucking guitar. Oh, this over Landslide. Anyway, I'm always listening to Fleetwood Mac. Because it always hits. And there's a Fleetwood Mac song for every vibe. Whatever you're feeling. Hopeful, whimsical, angry, fierce, sad, morose. Whatever. Excited? All right. Okie doke. Okie doke, artichokes. It's Wednesday. Here in Los Angeles. It is so hot out. And it's hard. It's hard not to feel demoralized on the picket lines when it's 95 degrees. And you're getting cooked like a turkey. Okay, so I'm going to give you my thoughts from the strike line today. Because I've lost track of how many days it's been now. See, the problem is when I listen to great music, when I'm trying to talk, I'm just like... Roxanne! Alright, let me switch this over. Or else I cannot think. Okay. I hope everyone is doing well. I think it's day 121. That sounds right. I love the start of stream jams. Yeah, I think I really need stream jams. I have to start off with a jam. Or else shit ain't gonna work. Yeah, so it's day 121, I guess. I don't fucking know. Feels like it's been 10 years. But I met a friend today who actually has had the opposite career path from me, where she was a content creator and then quit content creation to become a screenwriter. And had just gotten into screenwriting, works at Netflix, was going to be working on a Netflix show. And then the strikes happened. Specifically, the WGA strike happened. So we had dinner a couple nights ago, and then I messaged her. I was like, hey, do you want to do a picket line together? Because they're really fucking boring when you're by yourself. So we went out today. It was boiling hot. It was excruciatingly hot. And it was a small crowd because it has been so hot this week that they've had to cancel certain picket lines due to the heat. So we get there and we were just, and like Paramount, the strike distance has gotten shorter and shorter. So you basically just walk back and forth in front of the main studio gate and you just hold up your badly written sign. That was something that we agreed on. We were like, these signs are really bad. There were no good sign options. It was like, this is not helping the cause. But anyway, so we were walking back and forth and we were just chatting. And she was like, I think I'm going to get back into content creation. And I said, yeah, I feel that. I mean, the thing about these strikes is that even after everything, all is said and done, after they come to a conclusion and ostensibly we go back to work, I don't know what that looks like for me anymore. So I was having a moment while I was also trying not to die of a hot flash, baking in the sun on the picket line. But yeah, I don't know what that looks like for me anymore. I don't know what returning to Hollywood looks like anymore, because aside from all the issues with just the pay structure, the, working for free, et cetera, just the, the breaking apart of the long-standing business model here. We are in a time where originality is no longer being given a chance. And everything is IP. There are something like 17 toy movies in the works. By in the works, I mean like ideas that, are being generated and pitched because of the success of Barbie. So it's tough. And it's just like, I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at a lot of my indie, director, writer friends, my actor friends, and I'm like, ugh, I don't know if I can go back to that. God, they took the wrong lessons from Barbie. They always do. Because all they care about, all they care about is not taking risks and making a bunch of money. All I can say is I'll be at the Polly Pocket premiere. That's fair. That is fair. But yeah, it's just something where I've poured a year into streaming now. And that being said, my subaquan is going to be on Sunday. Here is your reminder. Here's reminder number 1 of today's stream. Upcoming subaquan on Sunday to celebrate streaming for a year. But I've poured so much into this. It's something where when the strikes end, it doesn't even make sense then for me to go back into the world of screenwriting and acting, where for so much of it you're just like, And especially looking at like all the shit that gets made now. They've destroyed so many departments at that were created in studios in the last 5 or so years that were supposed to be pushing diverse stories, original stories, and it's just like, ugh. So all that being said, you know, there's a lot of problems in Hollywood that are not going to be fixed by the strikes ending. I mean, you could stream the process of screenwriting. That's insane. Let me just give you a little taste of what that would look like. Let me just give you a taste.
Anon donated $5. I'm sorry.
Anon, thank you for the $5. It's okay. I don't know what you're sorry for, but it is okay. If it's about the strikes, if it's about me, whatever I'm saying, it's all good. Don't worry. Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for that dono. Okay, here is, oh, sorry, I already started showing you what it'd be like. Okay. What? That movie already exists? Oh my god, they want to buy my script? That's so exciting. Oh, you want me to change everything in the script before you buy it? Sounds good. Oh, you want me to change everything again before you agree to buy it? I gotcha. Oh, that executive no longer works here anymore, so now I'm meeting with a new one who wants me to change everything in the script again. Well, here I am. I've lost track of time. What day is it? Who am I? What am I doing? Is that man peeing in a can? Yeah, so there's a little taste. Actually, really it would just consist of me surfing the internet. That's what it would be. Like, let's be real. It would just be me sitting down and then looking at, like, I don't know, dogs that have learned how to ride bikes. Which honestly sounds awesome. Like, no, but honestly, that was just writing too. I didn't even get into acting. That was just one part of it. But okay, so continuing with my thoughts from today's 1,000-degree picket line. I also was just mad. I was so mad. So aside from the like, what am I gonna do even after these strikes end? Because my life looks so different now, which I am so lucky and grateful for. Let me be clear. I am in an extremely fortunate position to have been able to pivot and within a year be successful. I mean, yeah. Okay, so my other feeling was rage. No, I'm so happy to have you all. Listen, I haven't gotten all like sobby and emotional yet, which I'll probably do on my year anniversary multiple times. But it's something where like I just don't, I wouldn't want to give all this up, everything that I've worked for, you know, this community, to go back to Hollywood. So that's just something that I've been reckoning with today. So the other feeling I was experiencing was rage, which makes sense because I was sweating my ass off, and I don't like to sweat. I don't like the heat. It's not good for me. I also don't like the cold. 73 degrees is where it's at. Just personally speaking. And I was looking at these writers and actors and other people who have been doing this for 121 fucking days. Many of whom are fighting to, you know, continue working in an industry that is just, aside from all the problems with pay and all that bullshit, is just so hard. It is so impossibly difficult to succeed in. And yet they're out there, and people who are pre-WGA, pre-SAG-AFTRA are out there. There's this guy who brings his drum out every day. Pa pa da pa pa da pa pa da pa pa da pa 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 pa. He's out there drumming. There's this one strike captain at Paramount who, I don't know if she's on drugs or if it's just who she is, but she is dancing. She's happy. She's keeping the energy up even when there were only like 15 of us. And I was so angry at these CEOs. I was so pissed off. I mean, I've been pissed off, but it was like a renewed anger. It was a renewed anger at like, and I just kept hearing the words unreasonable, selfish, unattainable, you know. Everybody just wants to get back to work. Yeah, and I asked the strike captain, I was like, how are you doing this? Like, how are you dancing so much? Especially because she was so white. Hear me out. She doesn't have the type of skin that does well in the sun, you know what I'm saying? Like, she was just red. She wasn't white, she was just beet red. I was a little concerned that she might die. But she kept going. She kept going, and I said to her, I was like, I really admire your energy. Are you good? She's like, I'm great. Like, okay. She's like, you know, she goes, that makes me so happy to hear that's you know, that it's having a great effect. I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's tough out here, so having you know, keep the energy up and dance moves. And she goes, that's because we're gonna get a great contract. And yeah, I mean, I hope so. But even still, even still, it just felt very, I don't know. I've been using the word dystopic a lot lately. It felt dystopic. She's like, we're gonna get a great contract, and was dancing and excited, blah, blah, blah. And I don't know. I think just the fact that between what's happening, you know, the way that the CEOs have behaved throughout these negotiations, and you know, looking at what's going on with AI just across the creative industries, the problem with IP being the domineering force in Hollywood. I'm just like, yeah, but it's still like, it doesn't feel, just doesn't feel great. I'm just like, ugh, I don't know. It's exhausting to fight for a fair contract, to see so many people fighting for a fair contract, and to know that, like, it ain't gonna fix all of these big problems. But yeah, maybe that's just the oofda. Maybe that's just the oofda in me. And then I was reading this because right now we're at an impasse where no moves are being made. AMPTP says ball is in WGA's court. WGA, of course, is like, we gave you our counter proposal. And then this article dropped today that there is internal division amongst the bigwigs. Apparently, they were set to gather today in a very Spider-Man meme, pointing the finger, blaming one another for what's been happening. And by that, I mean the opinion that people have of these CEOs and of these studios. It's wild how shocked Bob Iger and David Zaslav and Ted Sarandos, they are shocked by the way that people have been talking about them and viewing them. It's like, yeah, because you guys have ruined everything. Because you're the fucking worst. What do you expect? That we're gonna, like, kiss your feet? That you would be so protected up on your high horse? According to several sources, for instance, it was the streaming kingpin Sarandis who lectured WGA leaders at that gathering last week about why they had to take the AMPTP's latest offer. Others say that while Sarandis certainly wasn't pliant, I think that's how it is. It was Iger who was the loudest voice in the room with the other CEOs and the WGA brass on August 22nd. That approach spectacularly flamed out, and then they made it worse by putting their offer out in public the same night. So, Translation, they fucked up and then they fucked up again. In particular, thin-skinned Iger and Zaslav are stunned that they have been so vilified by the guild and its members over the past several months. Almost everyone is looking for someone to blame. Spider-Man meme. They're paralyzed even as the clock is ticking. It's Ted's fault. It's Iger's fault. Even Tony Vincicaro's fault, which is so funny. Depending on who you ask. It's not helping the situation or anyone. Today's get-together is in part to ensure that CEOs don't stumble into a position where they're negotiating against themselves. While there have been reports out there that Netflix is willing to bend toward the WGA on every point, others say that Hollywood's top brass are on the same page when it comes to their approach. Anyway, so yeah, that's just what's happening right now, as far as the negotiations go. But, I mean, back to the point I was making earlier where it's just really soul-crushing as somebody who has spent a good chunk of time here in LA and had all these aspirations of working in the film and TV industry to see just not just how these companies have destroyed destroyed a previously existing model that worked to make sure writers were fairly paid and into what it is today. Not just that, but how much they've changed the landscape of content that's being produced, where again, you get it's for a long time has been quantity over quality. And then as far as films that receive theatrical releases, pretty much everything in theaters is a big budgeted piece of IP. For instance, here's actually, maybe I'll save this video.
This is going to be such an exciting...
Oh, I'm sweating! I feel like I'm still hot from the strike today. Everything's a $200 million make or break film from the studios. I know, it's exhausting. And it just feels like it's snuffed out so much creativity and you know, how many great indie directors we see who then get picked up into the Marvel machine and churn out a film that is nothing new and unique, but makes $1 billion. There's just less risks that are taken creatively. I don't know. I'm just feeling really depressed about it today. Because the strikes have been going on for so long, because I'm hitting my 1 year on Twitch. Because, you know, hearing about the 17 million toy movies that are in the works. Because these CEOs just will not end the strike, even though they can. They have all the power to. They just won't do it. And, okay, what is this? Did you see this genius idea from Warner Brothers? Max is going to test CNN news alerts while users are watching movies and TV shows. Great! Oh my god. I mean, we talked about this yesterday about how these streaming platforms are making content that is specifically for a second, for second screens. AKA, they don't want to make things that people will be focusing their full attention on. It's just supposed to be something that's in the background while you're on your phone. And now they're going to test out CNN news alerts. Yeah, man, nothing like watching a movie or TV show and then having Anderson Cooper's voice alert you to, I don't know, like something that Donald Trump did. CNN Max. Oh my God. We're really going with CNN Max now, huh? That's what we're going with. CNN Max is likely to evolve over time. Among the features that the company will try out are ways of alerting Max viewers to breaking news while they're watching something else on the service, whether it be an HBO series, a Turner Classic Movie selection, or an old episode of Food Network's Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives. Huh. They're going to use every letter in the alphabet that isn't HBO. I'm like, yeah, David Zaslav's really done a bang-up job. Absolutely deserving of that. How many $1 million pay package? 200 something million. What was it that he made? Oh, so far he's changed the name and then installed Chris Light, who then was uninstalled, as well as like shelving movies that had been completed, getting rid of TV series, kicking them into the ether. Nobody wants this. Who wants this? Oh my God. They're just trying to it's because CNN has been suffering and they've made a series of really bad decisions in recent years, including installing Chris Light. And so now they're trying to figure out, how do we get our viewership up? Oh, you know what we're going to do? We're going to interrupt somebody's TV show that they're watching to escape from other things and give them that news update that they didn't ask for. Didn't HBO Max try to label the directors and producers as content creators? Yes. Yeah, that speaks to the content conversation we had a couple days ago where everything's just fucking content now. It's just all content. Are SAG actors allowed at film festivals? So the reason that you're seeing them at places like Venice Film Festival right now is due to the interim agreement, which is highly controversial. And yeah, so they get a pass because they are promoting films that were given interim agreements. Yeah. But anyway, if you're confused, that's the answer. Yeah. Yep. Can't wait for the shit dripping with irony, like breaking climate disaster during Don't Look Up or something. Yeah, actually though. Actually. God, these people just keep. This is why they don't deserve anything, okay? They don't deserve any of the millions of dollars that they are paid to do things that no one asked for. No one asked. But anyway, back to this article. I forgot to read this ending part here. Additionally, the fear for some major studio brass is that even if there's a deal in the coming weeks and production resumes on movies in the new year, a dry spell in the theatrical release calendar will exist, much in the way it did last year between August and October, due to the post-production logjam created by COVID. Yeah, so we are an industry that is still recovering from COVID. And now we're 121 days into a strike. Some movies on the near horizon for Q4 and Q1 are in need of ADR, and if the strikes continue, this could get pushed. For Hollywood's top leaders, the longer the strikes go on, less product in both film and TV is apt to be made in the next calendar year. Less product means fewer jobs. These guys are worried about what comes next after the strike, another well-placed source states. Another well-placed source states. Remember, they're competitors. God, I just like, I don't know why the concept of anonymous sources in a situation like this is so funny to me. I'm just imagining them like trench coats in the dead of night. Hey, these guys are worried about what comes next after the strike, but don't tell anyone that I told you that, or else I'll have to get out of town. Remember, they're competitors. They're always thinking about how to best each other. The strikes don't change that. It's like, yeah, this is not anything that we didn't know. No shit, Sherlock. CNN Plus. Well, well, well. Are you interrupting my stream to give us some breaking news that no one asked for? Yeah, so I don't know. It's just like all of this is just so frustrating. It's all so frustrating from the just from the contracts to the influx of shit that no one asked for to the millionth remake and sequel that, again, no one asked for. That's why, listen, I will always, always, always go support a low-budget indie project that is as original as it can get. You know, something like Talk to Me. I'm going to be way easier on that movie in my analysis of it. Even like a Skinamarink. I don't give a fuck if it's not even my favorite thing. Because we are, you know, we're fighting against these companies that increasingly do not want to take risks and really have no creative aspirations whatsoever, even though they consider themselves creative people. Let's watch this little video. I was going to watch this yesterday. Why do we keep adapting the same stories? Like, is anybody excited for the Timothée Chalamet Willy Wonka movie? No. I just answered for you. No one's excited. One, because we've seen that man. And two, because nobody asked for this. Nobody asked for another fucking Wonka movie. We have the Gene Wilder movie. We're good. And then we also have the Tim Burton one, which I don't know if I've made my feelings clear on that one. But I don't like it. Okay, when I think of Willy Wonka and the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, it's Gene Wilder.
This is going to be such an exciting day. I hope you enjoy it. I think you will.
There are some stories that span generations. We all grow up with them and know them by heart. They're basically ingrained into our cultural consciousness, which raises a question. If we're already so familiar with these stories, why do we keep retelling them in new movies and TV shows? The answer is pretty simple. A lot of you have probably typed it out in the comments already. It's money. But in order to make money, people have to actually watch these things.
I mean, it's like, okay, here's the other thing. So they're turning Harry Potter into a series. Remember when that news dropped? The idea is that they are appealing to a new generation of young people who, you know, weren't around when the original version dropped. The thing is that they're doing this, though, with properties that are not that old. And, you know, if little kids want to watch Harry Potter, guess what? Yeah, they have the fucking movies there. They don't need a new Harry Potter iteration because because it's like, oh, you got a new generation of kids, so we got to make them a new Harry Potter thing. It's just not needed. So obviously, at the end of the day, it's about money. But they really do have this idea that, like, as time goes by, we need updated versions of this existing IP, and it's going to be great because it's updated. When in reality, most of the time, it will never beat the original. Never, ever. And in fact, this has been a pattern now of a remake of something being such trash that we don't go into, that we don't see a trailer for something or announcement for something and have any fucking hope that it's going to be good. Because time and time again, they have shown us that just because they've got, new big woohoo things in Hollywood, like fancy CGI, doesn't mean that then this telling of the story is going to be better and newer and fresher than the one that came out 30 years ago. But Caroline, they can't make as much money if they don't make new content of older IP. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's all money. It's all money. They are going to do this over and over again. And so, like, for instance, Alice in Wonderland, the last movie that came out, I don't know how long it's been. Not that long. They'll just revamp it in 10 years. Like, they're just cycling everything now. Even things that have been done to death, it's like, oh, okay, it's been 10 years since we did one. Let's do another one.
Maybe the real question is, why are we still watching?
What kind of a question is that?
No need to snap, just a question.
Before we get into it, be sure to like this video and subscribe to Nerdstalgic for more content
You
just
got
like
it,
this.
dude.
We've all seen the trailer for Wonka, right? No matter how you feel about whatever Timothée Chalamet is doing or the Uncanny Valley Hugh Grant Oompa Loompa, this movie is undoubtedly going to make a lot of money when it comes.
Did you know the kid that plays Charlie in the Chocolate Factory is the good doctor now? Oh, yes, I did. Oh, yes. Freddie Highmore. He was also Norman Bates in the Bates Motel.
Comes out because it's an adaptation of Roald Dahl's Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. The beloved 1964 children's book has been brought to the big screen multiple times over the course of its nearly 60-year existence, and each version has brought something new to the table. Of course, new doesn't always mean
all
good,
connected.
and it certainly doesn't mean necessary. So if that's the case, why are we enamored with adaptations in general? And why do we look back on both of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory's movie adaptations with fondness? At least for the most part.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fudge Mountain.
The 1971 film Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory hits on some of the more emotional reasons for adaptation. The movie brings the most heartfelt moments of the book to life, and it translates the childlike wonder of the factory to live action in near-perfect detail. Gene Wilder's electric and unsettling performance as the titular character, the many memorable sets, the songs we're all still singing, and the endlessly quotable dialogue.
The strawberries taste like strawberries. The snozberries taste like snozberries.
Have made this movie
God, I
timeless.
love Gene Wilder.
And yet, there's a dark undercurrent to the making of Willy Wonka that most people tend to ignore. For one thing, Dahl absolutely despised it. Though he is credited as a screenwriter, Dahl lamented the many small changes made to his script. Key moments like the fizzy lifting drinks scene and Slugworth's ultimate role in the story were changed entirely. He wasn't very fond of the added songs or even the director, Mel Stewart. And he also hated the casting of Gene Wilder, who he saw as pretentious and too American.
That's so funny.
Impossible, my dear lady.
Gene Wilder, too American.
Why? Because that pipe doesn't go to the marshmallow room, it goes to the fudge room.
Obviously, creators being unhappy with adaptations of their work is nothing new, but we also have to take into account the premise on which the movie was made in the first place. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory was produced in part by the Quaker Oats Company, which means that this charming retelling was only put into production in order to sell candy to children. As an audience, we usually want adaptations to make us feel the way the original work did while still getting something new from the experience. A twist in a traditional tale, like a more subdued Wonka or an evil candy spy, might make for a fresh perspective on a story. That's part of what makes adaptations so enticing. But as we know, studios and the companies surrounding them are more interested in making money.
And the problem is if you're going to do a remake, if you're going to reboot something, you need to actually make it fresh. You need to actually do something with it that was worth rebooting it other than just fucking money. And the problem with all of the Disney live animations, especially with the ones that star center Disney princesses, is that they are all operating under the same type of freshness, aka girl boss feminism, and it's why we're exhausted by it. And like, I'm not excited to see Snow White because one, I'm just not, and two, because I know it's going to be the same shit that I saw in the other Snow White movie, that I saw in Little Mermaid and every Disney live action that is using this hell yeah feminism, but like not really feminism, to make this retelling of this classic story fresh and new. It's just, the thing is that just because you have more money, which these studios do now, they pour money into these films. I mean, it is disgusting how much money they spend on these movies now. But just because you have more money, just because you have fancier tools, just because you have things that they didn't have 40 years ago, does not mean that you can forego the most important thing when making a movie, and that is the storytelling. Your characters need to be fucking interesting and well written. You need to have like actual dynamic and genuine conflict. You need to it just needs to be good writing. It can't rely on big fancy shiny things, on set pieces and whatnot, or CGI, as well as just the fact that like, oh, it's the live action version. Who cares? I will watch the cartoon of Lion King over and over and over again before I watch the live action movie ever again. There's a certain charm to the old technology. Record scratch and film burn are part of the experience. Yeah, and like I said, just the quality of the storytelling in many of these examples, it fell off as they kept rebooting it. And then also when you look at properties like Scream, it's like, okay, you guys need to drastically change up the model for Scream now, because there are 6 Scream movies. The last 2 are, I would say, no more than fine. Like, I would not rank them any higher than fine. And if you want to revisit like what it was that made Scream so fucking good, you can't be doing what you're doing now. You need to like actually bring in a new angle, and I don't mean just going even further meta and having your characters even be, further breaking the fourth wall, being meta as hell, talking about what happens in a horror movie, etc., etc., or like the 2 killer thing, which already happened. Like, the 2 killer thing is not new. Yeah, it's happened in every Scream movie except for the 3rd. I think it's the 3rd.
What did they ask for?
They want your case of Wonka bars. Just courtesy.
How about 10 killers? Will had a great idea. He had a great pitch where he was like, they should have, there should actually be 2 separate Scream killers. And I don't mean like the 2 killer thing. I mean that there is like an Italian version of the Scream killer and then the American version, and they come in conflict with each other. Not a la Jason versus Freddy, which is a shit show. But but more so in pitting these two separate versions of the Scream Killer, like maybe setting the movie in Italy or like setting it somewhere else. Just doing something other than simply trying to repeat something that's already been done a million times. And it's just never gonna be as good because it's so overdone. Les Scream.
Did you hear me? It's your husband's life or your case of Wonka bars.
Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory managed to do it all. For that, we can call it a successful adaptation, even if Dahl would disagree. The real box office money wouldn't come until 2005 with the release of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, starring Johnny Depp and directed by Tim Burton. This is admittedly the stranger of the two adaptations, and it's also the more contentious among viewers. Depp plays Wonka in a way only he can.
Mr. Wonka, I'm Violet Beauregard.
I hate his teeth.
I don't care.
Love it or hate it, his unhinged energy is by far the most memorable part of the whole movie. Since this is a Tim Burton production, there's a whole subplot about Wonka's daddy issues featuring the way overqualified Christopher Lee. Every single Oompa Loompa is played by Deep Roy, and the nightmarish squirrel scene is rivaled only by the one in the 2013 Broadway musical. Still, most of the effects hold up surprisingly well with one or two notable exceptions, and it's arguably a much more faithful adaptation than the 1971 film, especially when you take into account the whimsical and sometimes eerie illustrations from the original book. Dahl's wife, Felicity, has even
Man, I really fucked with Burton as a 90s kid. Yeah, I think we're gonna watch the Burton video today.
openly stated that her husband would have loved the movie and Depp's portrayal of Wonka.
Now, she may be stuck in the chute just below the top. If that's the case, all you have to do is just reach in and pull her out.
With this in mind, 2005's Charlie and the Chocolate Factory gives us a very different reason for adaptation: the need for faithful recreations of source material translated into other mediums. This brings a classic story in its truest possible form to a new audience, one that may not have experienced the story otherwise, and those that have experienced the story get to see it with fresh eyes in a new format. There's something to be said about this method of cataloging and preserving stories, but even the most impeccably detailed adaptation is bound to miss something. Just as 1971's Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory may have inspired similar feelings to the book for the audience, yet missed the mark when it came to its creator's intent. In each case, viewers can either be excited or infuriated depending on what they're looking for out of their adaptations. It's obvious that the practice of retelling these stories has just as many backdraws as it does benefits. Other adaptations manage to surpass their source material in quality, while some are so bad they're actually offensive to the property they're adapting. For every incredible Return of the King, there is a disappointing Golden Compass. The worst offenders are the ones that simply don't need to exist. There are countless examples of an original work being adapted flawlessly, which inspires a whole line of poorer quality imitations of the same property. Snow White, A Christmas Carol, Alice in Wonderland, The Three Musketeers, even Winnie the Pooh hasn't escaped this fate. Nobody wins in this situation.
So you get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
Particularly not anyone who might be trying to get a new idea off the ground while they're being weighed down by the slush pile of remakes on the desk of every executive in Hollywood. The 1971 and the 2005 Charlie and the Chocolate Factory adaptations meet some of those nebulous demands. Your mileage may vary on which one you prefer, but they both have their merits. 2023's...
And the other thing is like if an original film doesn't fare well in the box office, then it's like, oh, that's it, that's all. Never doing that again. Although you have plenty of remakes and sequels and just, existing IP that loses a bunch of money too. But they keep doing it.
Will likely experience a similar fate for a new generation of filmgoers. The upcoming Wonka promises to be a prequel to the story we know all too well, an approach that will no doubt attempt to play on our nostalgic heartstrings if writer-director Paul King has anything to say about it. The man brought us the Paddington movies after all, and while the trailer's inspiring score, colorful visuals are easy...
Also, when did Burton's Wonka movie come out? No, he did. Yeah, he did the 2005 version. Yeah, yeah. You know, I gotta say, Will, would you agree with this? Because I was going to talk about Tim Burton later. I might make the case that there are more subpar Tim Burton films than
Once Burton got CGI, his aesthetic just fell off.
yeah, I mean, I just think that he's anyway, I'm going to get into him, but yeah, the 2005 Wonka version was Burton. And yet this man still calls himself an outsider. He still calls himself an underdog.
To get swept up in, we're still left wondering whether we actually need this. There are stories out there that are totally untethered from any existing IP. They've been waiting in line for their shot while more adaptations get shunted to the front. Why don't we give something new a chance before we commit ourselves to a train bound for repetition? Once again, the answer is pretty simple, but it's also our own fascination with the familiar. We can't stop the adaptation train, and we, as a collective audience, have already bought our tickets to ride. But maybe we can get off at the next stop when something truly new and creative catches our eye. That's it for today's video. Thanks so much for sticking with it all the way to the end. If you enjoyed what you saw, be sure to hit the thumbs up button.
Yeah, Tim Burton did a Planet of the Apes movie. Not good. There's a lot of films that I think people have forgotten Tim Burton did that were really not good at all. Because I don't know if Tim Burton should be considered, actually, I'm just going to say, I don't think he is one of the great filmmakers as far as storytelling. I think that he had some amazing films, but I think so often he is a style over substance guy. And even though he is a style that is much more recognizable than, say, a Spielberg, a Scorsese, etc., I don't think I would put him in the category as those filmmakers. Blue Egg and Ham, thank you for the Prime. Yeah. Okay, so I have that Burton video that I want to watch and talk about. I know we're kind of doing film stuff right now, but okay, what else am I going to cover? I was going to take a little look at what's happening with the Hurricane Idalia down in Florida, which is a very bad place to be hit by a hurricane due to the insurance rates. My friend one day went on a rant about how much of a hack Tim Burton is. He got so angry of it because he viewed him as an innovative creative director, so he started doing remakes of films, said he was in his way to bring in the line of David Lynch, so on. Yeah, I mean, your friend's not wrong. Most of Burton's films are remakes or, you know, already existing IP, especially in recent years. My God. Okay, so let's do a little hurricane stuff, and then we will go back into pop culture and entertainment news. Close out of this. I don't know why my window looks so crazy today. Why does this look so weird? Fix this. Erg! This looks like shit. Okay, I'll use this one instead. I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back. Also, Burton has relied, I think, really heavily, almost too heavily, on the musical stylings of Danny Elfman. You know, Tim Burton's success is attributed to him as much in many instances as it is to Danny Elfman. This was Tampa Bay this morning. Somebody come get their dad. What is this man's doing? Oh my god, it's doing that tab thing again. Fuck. Fuck me. God damn it. Hold on. I don't even have that many tabs open. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I only have 15 tabs open. So, like, why? Is that a lot? I don't think so.
I watched Paddington 2 last week and was shocked. It's a legit great movie. Also, hi everyone.
It is a legit great movie. I don't know, man. I cannot ever get my my setup figured out. I'm so annoyed. Why? I can't ever figure out like what is the best way to do my window capture. Anon at 300 plus, so you're good. Yes, 15 isn't even that much. Is it my monitor? Is it me? It's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. Comrade, thank you so much for the 11 months. I don't know. It's been happening almost every stream now. It never used to happen, but now it's happening all the time. It's Chrome, but I put RAM in.
Year 2 is when the tech gets easier, I hear.
Is it? Read out, Drew. Thank you for the 10 months. Is it because I'm a year in, and even though I've improved in so many ways, I feel like it's gotten worse as well. Oh, yeah, I have extra RAM. I don't know. Hi everyone. Hi everyone who's just coming in. Yeah, so do I need to stop using Chrome? Firefox can handle hundreds of tabs. All right, no more Chrome for me, I guess.
White Peepo happy right heart.
Still having problems with the 20 tabs. It's not even 20, it's 15. I even closed a couple, so it's less, but I guess I can't be using Chamber. Thank you for the 4 months. I guess I cannot be using Google Chrome anymore. MF. Okay, whatever. It's just my daily like ranting about this shit. Oh my god! I can't do this anymore. It's not showing up. I just closed out my tabs and then reopened them. Let me open my task manager and see what's going on. Yeah. I'm only about to be a gamer from now on because I can't handle this anymore. There's always problems. Okay, no, my CPU is at... Well, it keeps going up, so I can't tell. Okay, 79% memory. 79% memory, and it's like 50-ish CPU. I have two, no. Google Chrome's not even operating that high. It's not even that much. Streamlabs is what kills me. I don't know. It just does. It's just, It does it every time now. How many gigabytes of RAM? I have 32. Hold on, how do I figure that out? Let me see. Network. No. Yeah, I should have 32. Okay. Well, 32 is plenty. It's been fine. It's just recently that it does this, where I try to, I'm looking at something, usually if it's a video too, and then my window capture just shits out. Like it just keeps doing this. And if I try to open up a single tab, it will work. Okay, there we go. That's working again. I don't know, is it when I go full screen? I'm just trying to look at this dad who's biking through the water. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna have to ask Will or someone after stream. Actually, let me just ask him if he's ever had this problem. Hey, Will? All right, never mind. He's not here. He's not here. Okay, let's just keep moving. I'll ask him when he gets home. Yeah, so this was Tampa Bay this morning. And, I don't know, bike people are just really dedicated. Go to settings. And then turn on memory saver. Okay. All right. I'm reaching that point where I am frustrated and I can't see anything. I can't see anything. Okay, I'm just gonna keep moving. When Will gets home, I will ask him about it. Okay, so anyway, somebody come get their dad who's doing this in Florida. Like, my dude, when waters are that high, we've talked about this. We talked about this when Hurricane Hillary was hitting the West Coast, that this is really dangerous. One, because water / if electrical wires are flying around, it could be very dangerous. This water, it's not safe for many reasons. You're also in Florida, so there could be critters that are floating around in the water. If you've ever seen the movie Crawl. Oh, hey, I have a question. Hey, have you ever had this problem where your window capture just keeps going black? I've been having this problem so much recently. Okay. Okay, thanks. Oh, is he have poopy butt? Farley, you gotta learn how to poop, my dude. Okay, he said he'll take a look at it later. He's currently cleaning poop out of the dog's butt. These are the things that you do. Okay, so let's look at
the
this.
1970s.
Oh my god, stop it. Stop it.
I want to go to NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez in Keaton Beach, Florida, which is where the hurricane first landed. It was Category 3 then. There were winds, at 125 miles per hour. Gabe, it was really rough there this morning, and you've gotten through it now. Talk to me about what it is now compared to before.
Hi there, Andrew. Well, we're here just outside of Keaton Beach. We actually rode out the storm in Perry, which is not far from here, about 20 miles or so. And when we were driving out of Perry just now, we saw extensive tree damage, a lot of down power lines, a collapsed gas station as we were going out of town. Now, this is the main road into Keaton Beach, and right behind me you can see the Taylor County Sheriff. First responders are now heading into this beach.
If you ever need to breathe for 10 seconds, it's okay. Yeah, I'm just always frustrated by... I'm always frustrated by my tech. I'm just always having to fix the settings, my various captures. I just feel like I don't have a smooth... I don't have a smooth transition into trying to watch videos and read things and talk about things. Yeah, it just feels impossible. It always feels impossible to try to just like do my content smoothly when there's always things that are going on. You make it look smooth? Thanks. I really don't think that I do, but anyway. Anywho, thank you, Ella.
And checking to see for any survivors. And they're trying right now to see if, who decided to ride it out and whether they're okay. We're told to hang back for just a few moments while those first responders are able to do their job. Now, Andrew, I can tell you that earlier this morning when we were in Perry, there was extremely powerful winds, well over 100 miles an hour, and that was 20 miles inland. You can only imagine just how powerful those wind gusts must have been here at the beach where this powerful storm
can't they just sue the wind already?
Landfall. Again, we're still trying to learn the full extent of the damage here in Keaton Beach.
It must be so crazy to live in a place like Florida where this is just the norm now. I mean, listen, all over this country, we're experiencing natural disasters, but particularly in Florida, where not only are hurricanes ramping up, but the fact that so many people cannot afford insurance anymore, or just are dropped by the insurance companies who are fleeing the state of Florida is terrifying. It is awful. I mean, pretty much, if you are a homeowner in Florida, you do what Ron DeSantis suggested. This is Ron DeSantis' policy, which is to knock on wood and hope you don't get hit by a storm. It must be awful. I would be terrified every single time. Every single time that there was even just a storm as to what the damage would be. Yeah, I mean, houses that are literally on stilts and houses that it's like in California, areas that have been devastated by wildfires that are barely rebuilt, in the process of being rebuilt when the next one hits. And insurance companies in states like California and Florida have now just been straight up refusing to insure homeowners because of the ramping up of these natural disasters that are due to climate change. It's like these insurance companies know what they know what's going on. They've read the writing on the wall. They're not denying climate change. They're looking at their bottom line and going, oh yeah, no, this is getting worse and worse and worse. And so we're not going to take losses on this. Wonder how many houses are uninsured. I think I read that in Florida, 13% of, maybe the statistic is not like totally accurate, but 13% of people are uninsured. Something like that. And insurance rates, even people though who have had their insurance rates skyrocket but are so desperate to maintain insurance are like, I'll pay it. I will pay it, and then they still get dropped anyway because major insurance companies like Farmers are just altogether leaving the state. So what's been happening in Florida is that more and more people are reliant on I think it's called Citizens Insurance. It's the state it's the state-based insurance company that is supposed to be a last resort to Floridians, but that more and more people who live in Florida have been having to resort to as a last resort because they have no other options. So, yeah, it's not a good situation to be in if you are a homeowner in Florida.
This was where that eye first made landfall a little earlier this morning. We're hoping to get behind this roadblock. Some residents have been trying to come in. This is, again, that main road, and driving in here was very difficult. Just a short time ago, it was impassable as first responders were there, cutting through power lines, cutting through down trees, trying to be the first ones to reach that beach on the other side of this roadblock, Andrea.
And Gabe, what we just saw some incredible pictures that we were showing on a split screen with you.
Also,
of, just houses.
Also, the reason that this keeps getting referred to as a hurricane tax is because what happens is when you have a devastating hurricane like they did with Ian last year. I mean, Florida is still recovering from Hurricane Ian, and they are currently getting hit by Hurricane Idalia. But the reason that people are referring to it as a hurricane tax is because what happens is that a terrible natural disaster like a hurricane hits. A lot of people's homes are destroyed. They file claims with their insurance company. The insurance company is so overwhelmed and are not able to make their payments. And so then what happens is that payment, those payments fall on private insurance policies across the state. So now, not only if you are a homeowner, you are now stuck contributing to funds that pay for homeowners to rebuild, even though that's what your insurance company is supposed to do. If you own a car, let's say, a totally different type of insurance that has nothing to do with homeowners insurance, but yet you are still on the hook now to have to contribute to to these funds. It's awful. And Ron DeSantis is only making things easier for insurers and making things worse for the people in Florida. It's one of the worst problems that Florida is facing, which says a lot because Florida is facing a lot of issues.
Wiped out, the roof cut off. What Kevin Guthrie was just saying from Florida Emergency Management was that unlike Fort Myers, it's not as dense, so therefore it takes longer to check each house, right? Because there might be two houses along a stretch, a 5-mile stretch. So it's going to take them a while, but they're going to get there. Yeah. They're going to get there eventually.
And that's exactly right, Andrea. This is a more rural part of the state, of course, not as heavily populated as we've seen in other hurricanes, like Hurricane Ian, and also previous storms, really.
Oh, Will Neff. Hurricane Neff just hit. And dropped 20 subs. That's that's my insurance coming through. Thank you. Thank you, Hurricane Neff. The only good hurricane out there. Yeah, so 20 of y'all just had the opposite of what happens when a hurricane hits, and you have actually been bestowed a gift. Sugar Daddy Neff. I need a Will Neff emote, like a sugar daddy, or just, do we have one? Every time he steps in to like help me with anything. This one, I forgot about this one. Oh my god. Oh, that one's so good. The spy one is also good. You know who needs to go down to Florida and whip Ron DeSantis' ass into shape is Spy Neff. That's who would be taking care of this shit.
Including Irma and Michael that I've also covered before. This is
Ramon,
a part of the state of Florida, Andrew, the Big Bend region that normally doesn't see storms that are just this powerful. Now, earlier this morning when I was in Perry, the story then was the wind speed. Other parts of Florida, as we have seen, you've seen those dramatic pictures of all that flooding. That is mostly the catastrophic storm surge that we keep hearing about. In Perry, where I was this morning, obviously there was no storm surge because it was 20 miles inland.
Holy shit.
The winds were the story there. This part of Florida, Keaton Beach, not only did they get those massive winds, they also got storm surge. So again, we're waiting to learn how much damage there was here at the point of impact, the point of landfall here in Florida's Big Bend region. And again, this is different from so many other storms because yes, the small bit of good news, this isn't as much of a populated area as perhaps some other parts of the state, but still, if you live here, this is devastating all the same. And again, first responders are now going door to door, checking for survivors as we speak, Andrea.
Yeah, and we were showing that gas station just totally wiped out that you drove past in Perry. One of the things that's been really notable from the briefings that I've been watching the governor all morning, you know, and now just now again.
And again, aside from all the terrible policies that Ron DeSantis is responsible for and just, you know, flushing Florida down the toilet, the Gulf toilet, he is so wooden. Like, wooden doesn't even, it's not even enough to describe Ron DeSantis. You know, we use the terms reptile, robot, robot reptile. He is the last person that you want at the center of having to deal with anything. He is not reassuring. He is not comforting. He is not a stalwart leader. No, I wouldn't want to hear this man say a goddamn thing, especially given how many breaks and benefits he has provided for the insurance companies because they've given him millions of dollars. I'd be like, you shut the fuck up. Actually, though, I don't know if you all saw this. There was a little bit of justice. This was nature's way of saying, fuck you. So, this is the governor's mansion. And strong winds from Hurricane Idalia. Now, it's devastating that it did cause an ancient 100-year-old oak tree to fall. But, damn, did it get close. The other thing, too, is that even if it did fuck up the governor's mansion, he'd have insurance. He wouldn't have to pay a single thing. But still, I'm taking it as a sign. I'm looking for a sign in anything these days. And so to me, this is a sign. This is a sign of nature saying, fuck you, Ron DeSantis. He wasn't even there. Wouldn't it have been wild, though, if it fell right on him? That would have been crazy. Oh. That would have been really something, huh? So, yeah, there's your knock on wood policy, Ron DeSantis. God, this motherfucker really said, knock on wood, we won't have a big storm. Oh my God. Knock on wood, we won't have a big storm coming this summer. Then I think you're going to start to see companies see an advantage. You fucking idiot. We're talking about Florida. We're talking about climate change, which I know you do everything you can to deny it, but hey, buddy, you're not going to be able to knock on wood because there is no wood. It's all been ripped up.
They were really prepared for this. They seem to have a lot of utility crews ready to go. you know.
Yeah,
and it's a
also,
fast-moving-
isn't this like, I know it's been,
I watch you religiously. I must sub. From the political
I must
cultural
sub.
commentary to Sunday dinner and movie night to the gaming, I'm glued and so
Oh,
satisfied.
thank you,
Thank you,
Fireflower.
less than 3.
Thank you for the 5 and for the nice compliments. Yeah, Florida to me does not seem like a place where storms never happen. And I know climate change is worsening what's going on there, but it still has always been a hotspot for this type of weather. So I don't understand the, like, I hope, knock on wood, hope that a storm doesn't hit us this summer.
storm, so they were able to begin rescue and recovery very quickly, right?
Yeah, that's right. It's a
Like,
very
it's,
different
they
storm
have,
than some others
yeah, like they literally have something called hurricane season. What?
we've seen. Years ago, we covered Hurricane Harvey in multiple states, but in Texas, Louisiana, that storm just hung there for a very long time, dumping, hour after hour of rain. This one kind of blew through pretty quickly, and now it's, on to other parts of the country. And thankfully, that speed makes it, for the people that are here, it was pretty in and out. It was just heavy winds for about a couple hours or so, and then it moved on. Still, even though it moves quickly, it can be devastating, can be catastrophic if you live in a mobile home or an older home that perhaps wasn't built in the last few years.
That
Those
is
high
terrifying.
winds are just absolutely devastating. But to your point about officials here in Florida being prepared, look, Florida is very used to big storms, and they had been warning people to get out for days here. We spent some time in Cedar Key yesterday. That mayor, and again, we've probably been seeing the pictures of that storm surge that has swamped Cedar Key as we see some emergency responders that are actually coming down this road and about to cross this right here. You can see there's an airboat coming here as well. Again, Andrew, right now we're looking live at the first response in the state of Florida at the point of landfall. Keaton Beach, you see the first responders bringing in their all-terrain vehicles, their boats, trying to make sure that they can get to the people that need rescuing at this point. Again, we're being told to hold back at this point while they run their initial checks. That's why we're waiting at this check.
Yeah, I feel like the evacuation process is never actually effective. I think one of the problems is, and I talked about this during Hillary, is like things get people think things are being overblown, or they think it'll be fine, that they can weather it out, no pun intended. And so evacuation never really seems to be that effective anyway, until people aren't evacuating until it's too late.
Point, but you can see a massive response unfolding here in Keaton Beach, the point of landfall of this massive, monstrous hurricane that hit this region that just isn't quite used to it. But again, it seems that local officials were very prepared. They'd been urging people to evacuate for days. They had met some resistance. Some people just didn't want to leave. In Cedar Key yesterday, the mayor making an urgent plea for people to get out. There were still 100 or so that didn't heed that warning. And we have heard some residents that are here in Keaton Beach that also decided to ride this out. We talked to one a little earlier, though. He decided to go to Perry at the hotel where we rode out the storm, and he was coming back.
I get it that some people can't leave their houses. Some people don't want to leave because, that is all they have. They can't afford to leave.
To try and make it back to the first time and check on his property. Again, that damage assessment is underway as we speak. You just saw those first responders heading in there, some of the first responders to get into Keaton Beach hours after it made landfall, Andrea.
All right, so
for hundreds of thousands of Florida,
this is about the insurance crisis in Florida.
Homeowners, a Category 5 problem brewing for years is now taking aim at their sense of security as insurance companies decline future coverage or leave the state altogether. In the last 18 months, 15 insurers have stopped writing new policies. 3 have voluntarily withdrawn from the market.
It's so wild to me that insurance companies can just do this. They can just look at states that have been hammered over and over again by natural disasters and go, no, we're just not going to, we're just no longer going to insure people in this state. And the other thing that's crazy is that Ron DeSantis, one of the things that he has done to help out insurance companies and not help out the people of his state is he helped set up a $2 billion fund that is to insure the insurance companies. So this is a $2 billion taxpayer-funded reinsurance fund, aka the people of Florida are paying for this. These types of funds exist to, like I said, insure the insurers and prevent them from being wiped out during a catastrophic event. Normally, these insurance companies would buy coverage on the open market. But in Florida, Ron DeSantis is instead choosing to use taxpayer dollars to provide funds to state subsidize these private insurance companies, which is awesome. And then the other thing that he did that is, again, just putting the insurance companies over the people is he signed a bill into law so that policy owners who sue insurance companies because they deny their claims, even though they're legitimate claims, are now no longer able to get their
1 year.
Wow, 1 year. Thank you. Are now no longer able to recoup legal fees. So the cost of suing an insurance company who denies a legitimate claim is very high. And Ron DeSantis just made it legal that it just signed into law that policyholders cannot recoup those legal fees from those companies. Yeah. Oh, Ronnie D. Neg, thank you so much for the year.
And 7 companies have been declared.
What's the point of paying for insurance? Yeah.
Insolvent. The latest blow from AAA Insurance, which says it did not renew a very small percentage of higher exposure homeowners policies to ensure the company could support the large majority of our policyholders this hurricane season.
Completely out of the blue, I was surprised.
Some homeowners deemed high risk, like Walter Haller, received a short letter after seeing premiums rise for years.
Now, when
What is that like weird thumbnail? Why do they look like a thumbnail on a YouTube video? You know what I'm saying? Like
Haller received a
they're, like,
short letter after
moving.
seeing premiums rise for years.
and I wouldn't mind it going up again and that, but no, they just canceled me outright.
Also, why does every person over a certain age film themselves like this? I think we need to have just have one nationwide class on how do you properly angle a camera. Yeah, this is the BCA, the boomer camera angle.
Right.
AAA giving Haller just one reason for being dropped.
Because of exposure management, they call it.
Industry insiders say increased hurricane risk, rising reinsurance rates, and a flood of lawsuits in Florida are forcing insurance providers out. In fact, Florida International University finance professor Shahid Hamid found insurance companies in the state have recently sustained more than $1 billion in net underwriting losses. And
suing insurance has basically become mandatory now. They will not pay out anymore. Yeah, and it's very expensive to sue.
Say they haven't been profitable since 2016, all leading to less competition and more expenses for homeowners. Natural disasters have wreaked havoc on insurance markets in other parts of the country, too, particularly in states like California, where wildfires led some companies to pull back on writing policies. And Colorado, with premiums jumping more than 50% over a 3-year period. In Florida, there's a backstop. The state-run Citizens Property Insurance, which offers similar rates to private insurers, but at least guarantees coverage. Anastasia Shellhouse had to scramble to secure Citizens Insurance after her policy was pulled.
I cannot take it anymore.
She says the pressure is overwhelming.
It's pushing people out of being able to afford to purchase their own homes. I know someone that almost foreclosed and they were forced to sell because their taxes and insurance went up so high. It's not realistic to continue.
Vicki, is there anything you can do? Is there any recourse if suddenly your insurer says, we don't want to insure you anymore?
Yeah, these folks are in a really tough spot, right? In most cases, you can't appeal. The insurance companies tell us often they do try to suggest alternative companies for you. Here's the thing, it doesn't happen overnight, right? You have 30 to 60 days to find a new insurance policy once that one runs out. The other thing you might want to consider as a homeowner is retrofitting your home. In California, for example, it's installing things like sprinklers, fire mitigation devices that can help actually lower your premium and make you more desirable for insurance companies. In Florida, it's getting something like impact windows, which protect you from hurricanes. But all of this, it's really coming to a head because these natural disasters keep coming. They're more extreme and they're more expensive.
Okay, so then why are proposals continuously being blocked in a state like Florida that would lower costs for consumers? Proposals that would allow smaller insurance companies to access that $2 billion catastrophic reinsurance fund that I talked about. Proposals that are blocked by the insurance business lobby. I mean, it's just, It's like these motherfuckers. Oh, these big businesses, along with the politicians who they generously donate to, who are just making the impossible here even more impossible.
Yeah. Vicki, thank you very much.
Hey, thanks for watching.
If you can't get an insurance policy, just fortify your home to be indestructible.
Don't miss the Today Show every
I think the other thing to note about Ron DeSantis is that one of the first things that he did when he got to Congress in 2013 is he voted against a relief aid for victims of Hurricane Sandy. So Ronnie D has been doing this shit ever since he got to Congress. He is a demon, and he's not even he's not even like an interesting demon. He is just a piece of dried out wood that has two eyeballs on it. We really going back to the castle? Yeah, just build a moat. Build a super deep moat around your house and knock on wood that it doesn't rain. Okay, in other political news, Mitch McConnell once again proves that he is completely fit to be in office and to remain in office. Like,
thoughts about what? Running for re-election in 2026.
The way that he looks, and listen, I would never under any circumstances be mocking someone who has obvious health struggles, but this is Mitch McConnell that we're talking about, okay? Talk about another fucking demon here. And the way that he has been looking lately, it's like he is seeing ghosts. My man is on another plane of existence because he is not here.
That's right.
Did you hear the question, Senator? Running for re-election in 2026?
Like, obviously, his health has been worsening and worsening. What happened a couple months ago when he had some medical emergency in the middle of standing at the for people in this country, whether it be veterans or, you know, anybody. So much of what he has done is, you know, over and over again to try and block healthcare legislation. And to see him experiencing very serious health issues, and to know that this man has probably some of the best care in the country, that he will never have to worry about going fucking bankrupt because he goes to the emergency room. Really, I think to make things free, we should take his health insurance away. We should make him experience what the rest of us have to deal with due to people like him. He literally said to Obama that he doesn't care if people die from lack of health care. Yeah, this man is a ghoul, okay? He is a straight up ghoul. And when he meets the Grim Reaper is going to be like, "Damn, dude. You tried to kill more people than I ever have. You're responsible for more people dying than me, buddy. Wowie, I'm actually going to hand you the shit that I wear. I'm going to hand you the cape and the scythe." The Grim Reaper's like, "Hey, buddy, you want a job? Because you're better at this than I am." Her yelling in his ear like the old man he is was hilarious. Oh my God, I know. Hot Senator? Senator? Okay. Senator? Are you good? Yeah, he's great. Which there is an official tally of how many lives McConnell's political career has ruined. Too many to count. And he continues to do so, even as this is happening to him. Oh my God, I hate it. I hate it here. Oh boy. All right, so I have two more stories that I want to cover. Took alone on a Friday night. So the first, actually, which one do I want to do first? So we've got a conversation on the internet and social media, and then this video I've been wanting to watch about Tim Burton. So let's do social media. Ominous title. Social media is dead. And on a Friday night. If only. Yeah, so we've all noticed that I almost just hit play and it just started blasting. What's my age again? What's my age again? We have all noticed the decline in social media. It's no longer a fun place to hang out. As this article will discuss, it's much more media than it is social. And that is because, like everything else, it has been commercialized, has been turned into one big pot of consumption. And so, interestingly, what's been happening is that as social media has become less and less social, users are shifting to messaging apps and group chats. They are going away from being connected with the world to going back into these smaller niche communities. And really, the only ones who are like posting stuff regularly now are influencers, companies, and basically people who do so to benefit financially. No longer are, people feeling motivated to like post all the time just about their regular everyday life. And that's because of how, like I said, how commodified social media has become, but also how perfectly curated it has become. So a lot of people who just used to use social media for fun no longer feel like it's a place for them to just post their shit because their shit is not up to the standards of what influencers and, other people trying to sell you something are posting. And so, they think to themselves, people don't want to see my shit because it's not curated and it doesn't fit this mold now of what something should look like when it's posted on social media. Corporations keep stifling novelty in streaming, cinema, etc. This will happen in streaming too. Yeah, I mean, I think we feel a collective exhaustion and people are looking to turn to something else, but at the same time, like when it comes to social media, people don't want to go back to the way things were because I think they're just burnt out. So you've seen all these new, social media apps pop up to try to offer something different to users. Many of them try to kind of go back to the old way of things, but it's like, too late, buddy. For instance, Threads. I had no interest in going on Threads. I'm like, I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I don't think I ever want or need to go back to posting all the time. I think I'm just done with it. I think I'm burnt out. I think social media just really took the fun out of things. And so even other platforms, other options that would offer something supposed to be kind of an antithesis to Instagram or to Twitter, I just am not interested. Like Be Real was an example of an app that popped up and at first people were really excited about it and had amazing growth, and then it slowed down because I think people are just kind of done. They're like, I don't care, whatever. The fatigue that average people feel when it comes to posting on Instagram has pushed more users towards private posting and closed groups. Features like close friends, a private list of people who have access to your content, and the rise of group chats give people a safer place to share memes, gossip with friends, and even meet new people. It's less pressure. They won't mind if I didn't blur out the pimple on my forehead, but this side of Instagram hardly fulfills the original free-flowing promise of social media. Again, social media was supposed to have an emphasis on social. It was supposed to be a place that you could go, and it was, there was no pressure. It was just a fun place to see the world through your sister's eyes by the things that she posted, and to keep up with friends and family, and to look at silly things, and to have an escape from reality. N-Train, thank you for the bits. Was surprisingly calm and controlled here. That's good. Good to hear. Discord has been a platform that's become much more popular as people have moved away from these large, once dominating social media platforms. There's this very weird unspoken social standard of what's allowed on Instagram. I know that for my age group, like in your 20s, I think that's who this person, that's how old this person is. It's like you give up on it entirely and then you just post only to your close friends or alternate accounts. There's this sublayer of Instagram that's much more true to what this app once was, but it is just not viewable to the general public. Despite the efforts of big incumbents and buzzy new apps, the old ways of posting are gone and people don't want to go back. They said, I'm never going back. Even Adam Mosseri, the head of Instagram, admitted that users have moved on to direct messages, closed communities, and group chats. Regularly posting content is now largely confined to content creators and influencers, while non-creators are moving towards sharing bits of their lives behind private accounts. As more people have been confronted with the consequences of constant sharing, social media has become less social and more media. a constellation of entertainment platforms where users consume content but rarely, if ever, create their own. Influencers, marketers, average users, and even social media executives agree social media, as we once knew it, is dead. No app better defines the changing nature of social media than Instagram. Instagram, which really has just become a giant mall now. I go on Instagram and it's just products being sold. And at one point that I think that there was a push to change this last year, but Instagram was pushing content in the algorithm that was consumerism based, which is so fucked up given that the platform initially, it was supposed to be a social platform. It was not about buying things. You want to buy things? Go to another place. Instagram was not supposed to be a place where you went on it to buy things. The app started as a digital scrapbook, a place to keep up with real-world connections, close friends, and family. While other networks had more users, like Facebook, or generated more news, like Twitter, Instagram seemed to define the ideal form of this era of social media. Instagram was the picture place. Twitter was the news place, and Facebook was where you went to remember people's birthdays. Instagram seemed to define the ideal form of this era of social media. Instagram became a verb, an aesthetic, and a generational signifier. As Instagram grew up, though, things began to change. After filters and editing tools came hashtags, an Explore tab, and the option to privately save people's photos. What was once an enjoyable pastime became a minefield of considerations. What should I say in the caption? Are emojis still cool? Is it better to just stay mysterious and let the images speak for themselves? Also, what time should I post? What day should I post? How am I going to get better engagement? Should I post 2 photos or 1 photo? Should I, it just became a fucking chore. This running list of questions made the posting process overwhelming, robbing Instagram of its early magic. As posting became higher stakes, new features also pushed users away from the original mission. Instagram began prioritizing video, then live streaming, and then shopping. Each change muddled the purpose of Instagram even further. Every day people were still posting, but more and more the content became professionalized. Bloggers brought their audience, editing skills, and expensive cameras to the platforms. Influencers started to snag brand deals, and fashion bloggers made the platform into a career. Instagram encouraged the rise of influencers with programs that helped creators understand best practices, gave them technical support, and set up discrete payment programs. Today, it's become an aspirational entertainment app, a place where users can shop, find information, and get inspired by snapshots of the best moments of a person's life. While sharing has tailed off, consuming content has not slowed, especially since the start of the pandemic. Culture in general has kept a lot of people from showing up because they don't think that their life is aesthetic, or they don't think that they're selling anything, so why would they post on social media? Which is just so crazy that that's what it's become now, but also typical. I just don't have the lifestyle that all these creators have, so I don't know what I would be sharing and therefore fall into this loop of never sharing anything. I mean, I even feel that way as a content creator now, where simultaneously I became a content creator while also Instagram just got worse and worse. So now as a content creator, I should be posting on platforms because that's what you're supposed to do, except for Mike from PA, who doesn't have an Instagram, and I really do admire him for that. But I don't want to post on Instagram. And then I see other content creators, especially the women, and what they post. I'm like, I don't have photos like that. So I'm just not going to post. Like, I will go to post shit and be like, I don't have, like, these types of photos that they post, so never mind. Did you really go to a concert if you didn't post about it? Did you really go to a concert if you didn't take 20 Instagram story videos? As users post less and less to Instagram, new apps have tried to stake their claim as the next big thing. Like Be Real, which we talked about. Apps like Dispo, Paparazzi, and Locket. I've never heard of those. Even ByteDance, which has the same parent company as TikTok, failed to recapture the fading magic with the photo sharing platform Lemon8. And now there's Threads, Instagram's latest play in the space to fill the void that was left as Twitter has undergone so much volatility. People are looking for that groundbreaking app, and we still haven't gotten it yet. I don't know. I just don't know if... I don't know if there's anything that can come out anymore, like a new social media platform, that will genuinely have me reverting back to the way I used to use social media and like how fun social media used to be. Because also what will happen inevitably is what happens to all these platforms. It just becomes about commercialization, overconsumption, you know, just selling you shit. So it's going down in the DMs. Apparently, this is where it's going down. In the DMs. People are entering closed spaces like DMs and forming these niche communities as a way to have a break, I guess, from what the larger platform has become. You have this really interesting counter movement backwards into these much smaller and much more hyper-specific communities. That opens the door for new apps that can capitalize on the more direct. So this is why places like Discord have become very popular. Alchemy! Thank you so much for the 5. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Victoria Johnson, a 22-year-old software engineer, imagines the ideal social media platform as a safe space where people can just connect and you don't feel pressured to have a big following or a presence or be really well known. And I think that's why people like Discord so much. Holy shit, Discord has grown to nearly 170 million monthly average users. As more users and creator communities migrate towards closed spaces, the behemoths like Instagram are also trying to capitalize on this reality. This is so fucked. By introducing features like paid subscription services that offer exclusive group chats. Oh my god, they just won't stop! Drunk Yoda, thank you for the Prime Gaming. This is essentially what social media was before the rise of the various companies. You talked with your friends in small social circles rather than this parasocial existence trying to engage in social work. Well, I think that I think that that's one part of it, but I think more so it's just the larger issue of it not being a fun place to hang out anymore because the point of it changed. And the way that it's structured and what is fed to you through the algorithm is it's designed to just make you buy shit, which it's not fun to go on a platform that's supposed to be a fun place to, you know, see what's going on with your friends and family and just be fed shit. Barks Live, thank you for the Prime Gaming. Gen Alpha, which is ages 13 and younger, are not embracing traditional social media platforms and customs. This presents a problem for influencers and brands since smaller, more direct spaces are harder to penetrate. I have noticed that with younger kids, including my sister, who's a Gen Zer, a Zoomer, that they don't use social media the way, I mean, a lot of them do, of course, but there's been this movement away from it, whereas all of my friends, you know, everybody I know in their 30s are still on Facebook, still on Instagram, still use it every day. How does a brand show up in somebody's DMs or Discord server if they're not invited? I love the idea that young kids are hanging out in the DMs or Discord and the brand is like, knocking on the door. Hey, how do you do, fellow kids? Can I come on in? No! I go to popular social media platform, twitch.tv/Caroline Kwan for my social media discussions. Exactly. It's the best platform there is. What socials you use vary a lot from country to country, culture to culture. Yes, that is true. That is absolutely true. Like 13-year-olds aren't using Facebook. And that's just a generational thing. However, they are, I mean, in America, but they are overseas. Like Facebook is used by more young people in other countries than it is here. Like, I don't know. I remember there being a shift from everyone was using Facebook. Facebook was cool to like Facebook is not cool. Facebook is not a the place to be. And in fact, Facebook is so popular in places like Myanmar that they get fed false information as it relates to genocides. Most people wouldn't let the first person they stop on the street sift through their camera roll. Oh wait, social media promised to create an intricate web that brought us all closer to one another, but the wave of exposure led to an openness that many people just aren't interested in. They want their achievements, failures, and little life moments to be kept sacred. So after a decade of airing our most intimate moments in public, the pendulum is shifting back. People are more selective with their communities and are reverting back to an old school way of interacting. It's hard to know how the change will affect the online atmosphere over the long term. Some evidence suggests that the shift will create a healthier digital experience, which is what we aim for, but it also risks further dividing people into like-minded echo chambers. Whatever the result, it's clear that the Instagram era of social media is over and the new era of authentic online sharing is emerging. I just don't know if authentic online sharing is possible in the way that it used to be. I just think that it's forever gone. Like real authentic online sharing before anything mattered. Because now everything matters. Back in the day, nothing mattered. We didn't give a shit. You just posted, even if you looked like shit or if it was boring, it didn't matter. But these platforms have just become so cultivated and curated and warped over the years that it's really hard to feel that there's any true authenticity. It just, yeah, that era feels like it's gone. It's just the more and more that we've become online. And I also, okay, here's what I will say. I think that the best era of being online, of all these things.
This is the longest relationship I have had in years. Come here and let me smash this cake in your face.
MJ, thank you for the 6 months. I am gonna say either 2005 when I was using AIM and MySpace, like that era, or 2010, like 2009, I would say 2009, before everybody had a smartphone and therefore just it exasperated this problem tenfold. For everybody had a cell phone when Facebook was still this silly place and wasn't being used to like spread disinformation, before Instagram was a thing, before I think Twitter might have just started, but you would just type things like, I just ate food. Yeah, that was YouTube had not become just this cesspool of content that it is today. That was the era. Tumblr, yeah. Yeah, just like, goofing around, going on websites like E-Bombs World. Shit like that. Shit like that, Neopets era, oh my god. Neopets era of just joy. Just absolute joy. Going on, I could not wait to get home from school every day. Pop online, sign into my Neopets account, play games. Ah, God, that feeling. That's one of the ones tucked away in my jar of best feelings I've ever felt. Best emotional experiences. Can we go get breakfast at the Giant Omelet? Oh, it was just the best. You know, I always say I wasn't a gamer. I was, though, in my own way. I was a gamer in my own way. You know, I wasn't playing games like my gamer friends on Twitch do, but I was a goddamn gamer. I was. I loved Neopets. I loved Sims. I loved Mario Kart and that James Bond movie, or that James Bond game. But yeah, browser games, oh my God. And then, oh my God, come on, Disney Channel games where you would go on and like, you could play games that were based on your favorite Disney Channel movies and shows. Ah! Like, is that still around? Disney Channel, the Kim Possible game, the sandwich stacking. The best Disney Channel games played. I need to see a list. Oh! Oh my gosh, it's bringing back the memes. Rufus. Is it still possible to play these games? Disney? Oh my God, Hannah Montana dress up. Hannah Montana dress up was fire. I'm trying to see the other ones that I was just like big on. The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. Okay, these ones I don't recognize. These are from like newer Disney games. I need a good list. Old Disney Channel games. My brain is overloaded with nostalgia. I know I'm trying to find a good list. Okay, these are just like old games in general. Pizza party pickup. You'll join Zach and Cody on a quest to throw the best pizza party of the summer at the Tipton Hotel. Sandwich stacker. Escape from Moltropolis. Like, Jonas Brothers Field Day of Fun. Oh my God. Oh, this one was good. Kitchen Commotion. I need like pictures. I can't believe that Disney Channel games is no longer in existence. Like that was such a huge thing. Ready for a big dose of nostalgia? Yeah, you would go to disneychannel.com. Oh my God. disneychannel.com. And it would show you a list of what was on tonight, what shows were playing. And then you could go like play different games. Oh my god. Oh, I know I'm gonna cry. Corey's Money Maze. Oh! Will, did you ever go on DisneyChannel.com and play games? Play browser games? You didn't?
I had a Neopet though.
You never went on DisneyChannel.com? Everybody had a Neopet. You're not a real gamer. Eddie's Match 'em All Basketball, Eddie's Shot Clock Countdown, Showdown. God. Rufus Snow Ride. Yes, I wish there were pictures of these. No, it just links to like Disney.com. I don't want that. Rufus, I think this Snow Ride. I think I played this one a lot. Yes! Oh my god. Oh! Oh my god, you can still play these games? What? How? Wait, how are these games still playable? Oh my god. Wait, why won't it let me go next? Go next! Is it because I zoomed in? Ah! What category would this be? Okay, wait, let me see if this works. Continue. Oh my god. Holy shit. Okay, wait. I don't remember what to do. Wait. It's not letting me move. Oh! Oh my god. Oh wait, I forgot about... Oh my god, Wow, I've gotten so much better. Oh shit, I forgot if you hit those that you fall. It's so laggy. Okay, here we go. And then couldn't you do tricks and stuff? Oh my god. Wow. Well, listen, it's been a long time. I thought you could do tricks. It's not. Oh my god, okay. Oh, that was so fun. Holy shit, I can't believe I used to spend so much time on this site. Wow. 200 points? Yeah, let's go. Hello. Oh my god, the Liz McGuire outfit design. Excuse me, I'm just trying to design outfits for Lizzie McGuire. What do you mean an Ontario woman loses $3,000 trying to online bank? I was just... What is that link? I probably have a virus now, yeah. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna have to like really revisit this one day. Oh my gosh. We do fucking love nostalgic things, don't we? We love nostalgia. Yeah, my banking info probably has just been totally stolen. My computer probably has even more viruses than it has now. I've been taken over by that link that was supposed to lead towards Lizzie McGuire's outfit change game, which was one of the best. Used to play. You know what? I really did sit at the computer for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours between Neopets, because Neopets is still a thing now, right? But between Neopets, between Disney Channel games, what else is like the site to go to? I found the old website with TV shows, timer, and games. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. I grew up on this shit, man, you know? Nostalgia is often triggered by something reminding you of a happier time. You know, I think that if I were to go back in time to an era, that's what I want to go back to. I was thriving in 7th grade. I had AIM, I had MySpace, I was on DisneyChannel.com playing computer games. I had a Neopet. I was going on adventures. Those were the days, okay? That would have been circa 2005. That was the era. TiVo, man. TiVo, we didn't have it, but my friend did. TiVo was introduced, and it was incredible because we could TiVo Hannah Montana and then watch it without the commercials. It was incredible. We would heat up, we would make taquitos from Costco and then watch the latest TiVo'd episode of Hannah Montana and American Idol. Those were the fucking days, man. I bet there are people in chat who don't know what TiVo is. TiVo was groundbreaking. When TiVo was introduced, and then certain families, not mine, got TiVo, holy shit. Holy shit. I was like, now this is living. This is living. TiVo was for rich people. That's true. That's true. Yeah, as long as you had a friend whose parents had TiVo, then you were set. But then it used to become, but then it was like a fight between, because you only had so much TiVo space, you only had so much space that you could keep recordings. So sometimes you would, and by you, I would mean myself and my 13-year-old best friend, would so desperately need to record the episode of Zack and Cody that we would record over her mother's episode of like Law and Order or whatever. Yeah, you could only record one show at a time, and you could only have a certain amount of recorded shows that were like waiting for you to watch. Dun dun. Oh, TiVo. You beautiful thing. When we watched 1408, I was reminded of it. Yeah. TiVo still exists. Yeah, it just, it was, okay, so it was introduced in 1999. Does anyone still use TiVo? That's the first question here. Does anyone still use TiVo? Believe it or not, yes, TiVo's still around, continues to provide services and products. Max, thank you for the bits. I was born in 05. Oh, dear God. TiVo still offers a traditional DVR service, but they've also expanded their services to include streaming devices as well, leveraging easy-to-use and convenient TV guide services for the streaming generation. Yeah, I mean, I don't even watch TV anymore because everything's on the internet, baby. It's all on the internet. Speaking of, we're going to watch this video. Man, maybe during my subaquan we can go back down memory lane with computer games. Is Neopets fun? Like, would it be fun to play again? Or was it just something where it was an era, a time and a place? Yeah, so the subaquan is going to be on it's going to be on Sunday. Sunday subaquan. For nostalgia, for sure. I think that maybe that's something I should do. I think I'll put that as a sub goal, that I play Neopets for the first time. Or at least just like, you know, check it out. Neopets is just nostalgia. It's not actually fun. Oh, but it was so awesome. And you could spin the wheel once a day. Half the Neopets games don't work anymore. Everything gets ruined. Oh, man. Everything gets ruined. Nothing's good anymore. I did this recently. It's really boring and bad. Damn. You know what, too? I think that there's something to be said about holding on to nostalgia, memories, and just keeping those memories, because a lot of times when you revisit it, it's just not the same. It's just not the same, and then it kind of chips away at that nostalgia. Chips away at those warm, fuzzy memories, and you're like, fuck. Damn it! Should have just left them as memories. Memory all alone with my Neopet. I can hardly remember if I fed it or not. Yeah, don't meet your heroes and don't try to recreate something that once upon a time was perfect. We didn't even know how good we had it, though. And the thing is that are we going to look back with nostalgia at anything from this era? Because, okay, here's the thing. I look back nostalgically on MySpace, AIM, on, the beginnings of Facebook, on the beginnings of YouTube. But, like, what? What am I going to look back on in this era? I mean, yeah, besides me being a streamer, of course. Besides me being a streamer. I just mean from, like social media platforms. Yeah. Yeah, I'll just be watching my Twitch streams and being like, oh, God, I was that cringe? My God, and people watched me? How? The whole point of it is that you remember things that sucked as good. I know, but I feel like I have an awareness now. I'm aware of the nostalgia. You know? I took the red pill. It's too late. Okay, I'll be right back. We're gonna watch this video. I've been trying to cut back on my I eat chips for dinner. But not today. Not today.
Of internet culture has fallen. But did you know that the internet as a whole is actually dying? By now you probably know that the golden age of internet culture has fallen. But did you know that the internet as a whole is actually dying? A study in 2021 showed that only 57.7% of users on the internet were human, with harmful bots making up 27.7% of the internet. And recently the rise of bots on the internet is growing, with the proportion of humans being the lowest it's ever been in the last 8 years. As people are now estimating that since 2021, bots now make up 64% of the internet, leading to influencers like Karen Metry popping off recently by using a fake AI version of herself to sell to fans, allowing followers to pay $1 a minute to talk to the chat.
Okay, it would be pretty crazy if it turned out I was a bot. You know what I mean? That would be wild. That would be a wild gotcha.
GPT-4 version of herself, signifying how fake the internet's become in recent years, with anything actually real being censored into silence. Just recently, big tech, the media, and government-funded third parties were actually proven to all be colluding to censor Americans' freedom of speech. And this is just the tip of the iceberg here, because what we see today on the internet is a far cry from what it was just 10 years ago. Because originally the internet was a form of expression. It was a place where anyone could be themselves, completely liberated from the world of government censorship, corporations, whilst permeating all the information in the world to everyone. Even though originally the internet was born out of a military research project funded by the Advanced Research Projects Agency, now known as DARPA, and the whole goal of the internet was to create a network that could survive a nuclear attack. However, this quickly grew into something revolutionary, because soon in the 1970s, the concept of packet switching was developed, which allowed data to be broken up into small blocks or packets and sent over the network.
What would I die if I woke up in a... What would I do if I died and woke up in a tube and turns out it really was a sim? I guess I just do it all again. Thank you for the bit.
This made the network more efficient and reliable. Then in 1974, the Transmission Control Protocol Internet Protocol was first introduced, which became the standard language for data transmission over the internet, setting the groundwork for the birth of the World Wide Web. Because as the internet expanded beyond the scope of military and academic fields, private users started to use it. And so in 1989, Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist, invented the World Wide Web, a system of interlinked hypertext documents accessed via the internet. And that's why once the 90s came around, the internet truly went mainstream. In 1991, the World Wide Web was made available to the public, and it exploded in popularity. Businesses everywhere jumped on it. It was a new gold rush, as the internet was seen as a tool that would empower individuals, promote freedom of expression, and facilitate the growth of businesses. The first web browser, Mosaic, was launched in 1993, and Mosaic made the web so much more accessible to users. And because of this birthed the internet's most iconic companies. Companies like Amazon in 1994, Yahoo, eBay, and eventually Google in 1998. And it was in this same period that the Californian ideology was taking off, a term that was coined around the mid-90s by media theorists Richard Barbrook and Andy Cameron, who used the term to describe a new political and social philosophy emerging from the San Francisco Bay Area, the heart of this booming internet industry. Now, they describe this philosophy as being a blend of the freewheeling spirit of the hippies and the entrepreneurial zeal of the yuppies, mixing up the countercultural radicalism of the 60s with new economic liberalism. And this ideology was catalyzed by the liberating and freedom-loving technology of the internet. In fact, this is why companies like eBay, Yahoo, PayPal, and Google were often associated with this ideology, as they championed the power of the internet to disrupt traditional industries and democratize access to information.
Yeah, little did they fucking know. They thought that they were changing the world for good. Goddamn. Just disrupting these industries. Oh yeah, you're just you created something that's disruptive, all right.
Services around the world.
Now we get poop
and because
socks.
of the huge potential.
Yeah, thanks to these guys, now we get poop socks.
The internet. This birthed the rise of social media in the 2000s, with sites like Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter transforming the way people communicate and share information. And back then there was no censorship. The internet was the Wild West. And this is when we saw the birth of internet culture, with icons like Pepe the Frog being born. However, before we continue, I want to quickly tell you about something. Every day I spend most of my
Just the irony of I believe this video will go into the commercialization of the internet. Just here's an ad. I get it though. I get it.
20% off Grammarly Premium. Now, Pepe the Frog initially emerged in 2005 in Matt Fourier's comic A Boy's Life. The comics feature Pepe and his anthropomorphic animal friends, embodying typical college lads. One comic showed Pepe responding to a question about his restroom visit, to which he retorted to "Feels good, man," a phrase that would later become synonymous with one of the earliest social media sites, 4chan. And the frog quickly grew in popularity with 4chan users, resembling the average 4chan user's attitude at the time. And by 2009, Pepe and his catchphrase had entered the realm of popular culture, securing an entry in Know Your Meme. And with Pepe's increasing popularity, various versions of the frog started appearing, including sad, smug, and angry Pepes, which further catapulted Pepe's fame across
Is this your first time watching Moon? Yes, it is.
all platforms.
When you say he's gonna veer off at some point, do you mean in like a bad way?
Like Reddit, Twitter, Tumblr, and any other social media platform that you can think of. However, Pepe's meaning started to morph. Through 4chan's binding spirit of repression, edginess, and free expression, Pepe began to symbolize more than just a meme. It was beginning to become an emblem of free speech, radical thought, conspiracy theories, and just your average internet user who appreciated and loved the internet this time. This was the golden years of the internet. Even 4chan itself was never even a business. It was just born from the efforts of a 15-year-old Christopher Poole, who
No, I don't know anything. I don't know. Oh, what's up, Grandma? I don't know anything about Moon. I don't know. I'm still learning YouTubers. This happens all the time, and I'm watching a video. I'm like, wait, what's gonna happen then? What's gonna happen?
who seek to connect with fellow enthusiasts of Japanese culture, using the internet to create a new type of community. In fact, this was such a bad business model that Paul was actually losing money, with a debt of over $20,000. But this didn't matter because 4chan was never actually about profits. It was about uniting like-minded individuals to discuss Japanese culture and anime, offering a perfect outlet for marginalized individuals across the globe to express their passions freely. They could connect with anyone anywhere, and internet culture was booming. And soon the scope of 4chan's discussions quickly expanded to include video games, music, literature, fitness, politics, and sports. At a time when the internet was mostly used by outcasts, it brought together outcasts from every niche, as this was a period before
Okay, I'm already getting a sense because it does sound like, yes, he is romanticizing early 4chan. It sounds like he was a guy who maybe was on 4chan. It sounds as if he's doing a little bit of revisionist history on 4chan, so I
iPhones, TikTok videos, and the corporatization of the internet, making this community of outsiders on 4chan revolutionary. And that's why, unsurprisingly, 4chan was the breeding ground for internet culture. It was the pioneer of this, with many early memes coming from 4chan defining the internet landscape.
Yeah, he has a
Another
lot
one
of
aside from
love
Pepe
for
the Frog
4chan.
was the lolcat meme, combining a cat image with text. And as these memes entered the realm of public consciousness, it became clear that 4chan was no longer just a haven for niche groups, its influence was infiltrating popular culture. And over time, 4chan's memes evolved into trolling. For instance, the infamous Rick Roll was born when a 4chan user shared a YouTube link which was supposed to lead to a GTA 4 trailer, but instead directed users to Rick Astley's song Never Gonna Give You Up. Another example is when the bizarre song by Tay Zonde, Chocolate Rain, was posted to 4chan, and 4chan users all came together to boost its YouTube ranking for fun. So much so that it actually became a mainstream song and went viral everywhere, even getting a feature in South Park.
I don't think so. Nothing takes priority over Chocolate Rain.
Another infamous trolling episode involved Mountain Dew's marketing campaign, where customers voted for this new name of their drink, with all of the 4chan users banding together to rig this vote, demonstrating their ability to disrupt mainstream marketing campaigns and mainstream popular culture as a whole. However, the trolling didn't stop at harmless pranks on businesses. 4chan users would also embark on extreme forms of trolling against corporations, governments, and any group they seemed to be harming the world, with a group of anonymous 4chan users forming the group now known as Anonymous. At first, they began orchestrating mass trolling events, which finally brought 4chan into the mainstream spotlight, as they infamously targeted the Church of Scientology in 2008 as they launched a DDoS attack on their websites, whilst also rickrolling the church. And then Anonymous began publishing YouTube videos in a robotic anonymous voice, which went viral, sparking global protests.
Yeah, he keeps calling it, he keeps saying it's trolling. Okay.
Against the church. And it didn't just stop there. Anonymous went on to disrupt major banks, support WikiLeaks, aid the Arab Spring riots, and even hacked 485 Chinese government websites in protest against the oppressive treatment of citizens. 4chan, once a haven of weeaboos, had expanded its reach to set precedents for memes, trolling, and real-world accountability. They were the pioneers of free speech. What began as an outlet for the marginalized few was now a platform challenging tyrannical governments and predatory organizations, giving a voice to the voiceless. And this is what the golden golden age of the internet was about. This was the ethos. The freedom-loving, edgy nature of the internet was what made it so golden. However, it was around the mid-2010s that the dead internet theory claims the online world became a repetitive and homogeneous capitalist machine, where almost everything became recycled and nothing was original. Which is why, as the internet evolved, it seems like many of the utopian dreams and Californian ideology became rotten.
That is a very telling way to make a video called The Tragic Tale of the Internet, have an entire chapter on 4chan, and only talk about 4chan in this very positive, uplifting manner.
From the inside, all the utopian dreams of freedom, liberty, and a more intelligent population
very
seem to
nostalgic.
just fade into the distance. Just look at the companies and industries that the internet has created. Instead of connecting people and making their lives better, the internet has created new, even more predatory and exploitative ways of running a business. Airbnb and Uber are often cited as examples of the sharing economy or gig
I think
economy,
the internet's more
where
bad.
services are provided by individuals on a freelance or part-time basis, often through a digital platform. And then these companies present themselves as community-orientated businesses that simply connect people who have specific needs, like a ride or a place to stay, with others who can meet those needs. Airbnb, for instance, positions itself as a platform that allows homeowners to rent out their homes or rooms to travelers, fostering a sense of the traveling community, offering a more personal and local experiences than traditional hotels. Similarly, Uber presents itself as a service that connects drivers and riders from all around the world, providing a more convenient and potentially cheaper alternative to the traditional taxi industry. However, what's becoming clear is that one of the best marketing strategies for these companies is to co-opt the idea of community for their own economic benefit. And whilst they do provide a platform for individuals to offer services, they also take such a
Yeah, I haven't looked at the comments yet. They're all just about how the internet is full of censorship. I wonder if these commenters are big 4chan people.
a huge cut of their earnings, and the workers or service providers take on much of the risk and receive few of the protections typically associated with employment. For example, Uber drivers are considered independent contractors rather than employees, which means they are responsible.
How did I find this video? I was searching around on my YouTube homepage and I wanted to talk about like the internet. And I was like, okay, should I look at it from like what's happened with influencers? Because this social media, this Dead article came out and then this popped up. So I was like, okay, I'll save this to my playlist. Maybe we'll watch this.
For their own vehicle costs and don't receive benefits like health insurance or paid time
Yeah,
off.
how did
Similarly,
you
Airbnb
find
hosts
it?
take on the
I
risk
love
associated with
4chan.
renting out their homes, such as property damage or problematic guests, all while contributing to the rising rent costs that we're seeing in almost every major global city. Gentrification is becoming the norm through Airbnb. Completely.
Yeah, and what's crazy too is that other boards came from 4chan because 4chan was not free enough to be racist and horrible. So that's where you got like 8chan.
Decimating the communities that were actually there, or for a new form of supposed community through short-term rentals instead of long-term housing, generating waves of people who are completely atomized, not knowing their neighbors, outpriced by random foreigners, all while destroying
Okay, but I don't have time to make it, so I'm eating chips.
It made.
the culture and traditions that these neighborhoods fostered. And you're seeing protests against this all over the world. And that's why these companies have been known to engage in an aggressive lobbying effort to avoid any regulations that apply to traditional industries like taxi and hotels, arguing that such regulations don't apply to them because they're simply tech platforms, not service providers. The internet and the way it's been exploited by these companies are killing industries across the world. Both the customers and the workers are left worse off with higher prices, lower pay, and a whole lot of resentment. But somewhat ironically, the internet is dying as well. Link rot is a term used to describe the phenomenon where hyperlinks on the internet become obsolete or broken over time. Now this can occur for a variety of reasons, such as when the web page that the link is pointing to is removed, deleted, or restructured, or when the website itself is taken down. And this can also happen when the domain is not renewed, or when there are server issues. However, a recent study by Old Dominion University's Department of Computer Science found that link rot is a significant issue online, because according to the study, nearly 11% of shared resources will be lost after the first year of publishing. publishing, and after that, 0.02% will be lost per day. This means that over the course of 20 years, it's estimated that 98.4% of links on the internet may experience some form of
Yeah, okay, I just don't understand how you are linking in what happened to 4chan to what's happening to cab drivers. Like, I know we're talking about link route right now, but it just seems like a weird, seems like a very strange comparison when talking about how the internet has gone downhill. When saying the tragic tale of the internet. And he talked for so long about how 4chan, which was this, you know, the home of memes and other great internet things, and how that all fell apart. And then he starts talking about Uber and cab drivers, and I'm like, what? What's happening here? This is weird because on the outside, this looks like a well-made video put together. He has 1 million subscribers. This Moon person. This has 500,000 views. But it's not very good.
link rods, meaning that a huge portion of the information that you see
Here's the video titled Why Men Love Patrick Bateman. Oh my god.
online is effectively disappearing. And this isn't just limited to casual browsing or general information. This has serious implications for various sectors in the world, including legal and academic fields. For instance, more than 50% of US Supreme Court opinions contain dead links, completely wiping out various sources to support any arguments or decisions made, in fields where this is necessary. As if these links are broken, then it becomes incredibly hard to verify the information, or to follow the reasoning of the court. Similarly, over 70% of Harvard academic journals contain some sort of link rot, and these academic journals rely on numerous citations to support their findings. Without this, all academic integrity is lost. If these links are broken, then it makes it incredibly difficult to ever verify any information online, or even to build upon this research. In any case though, it makes our idea of the internet being this everlasting record of humanity seem out of date. Maybe this isn't death though. In fact, link rots reflect the way everything else changes over time. Just like the cells in your body, new web pages and links are born, whilst the old ones die off to be replaced. However, the problem here is that we're not keeping track of the important parts, and we're not replacing the old-
Sorry. We're not keeping track of the important parts, and the first thing is Drake. It's a picture of Drake. Oh my god. I think what's just the dichotomy, the contrast in this video between the seriousness of his tone and like the music, and then what the content actually is.
old internet with anything of value. It's the content of the new internet, the internet that we see today, that counts. And when you take a closer look at the state of the modern internet, it's easy to come to the conclusion that it's dead, and that it's been this way for some time. And to understand why the internet has died, we need to look into the dead internet theory. Now, the dead internet theory is a relatively recent idea that originated from an obscure online forum. The theory was first proposed in a post that suggested that the internet as we knew it died around 2016 or 2017, with the post claiming that the internet is now largely controlled by artificial intelligence and bots that generate content to manipulate people's thoughts and actions, suggesting that many online influencers aren't even real, but simply paid shills, or working as part of government disinformation units. Now, quickly the theory gained traction and was picked up by various online communities and eventually made its way into the mainstream media discussions.
You, me, everyone. We're living in a real-life matrix designed to distract you from the truth, that we're just drones in a digital anthill.
All right. I'm kind of over this video, I'm gonna be honest. So, I think I'm good. I actually think that this is an important point. This is a good learning lesson where just because a video looks very well made, it looks like it is a thoughtful video essay on a current topic, does not mean that the person who made it did so from an actual thoughtful place. I need to look at some of his other I'm not gonna
Imagine if you
not watch them, but look at some of his other video titles. Fast forward to see what his conclusion is. Okay. Why men love Patrick Bateman. Every single man. He's literally me. Okay. Well, that's interesting because that's not supposed to be the point of Patrick Bateman, but like he's not an everyday man. He's not a guy that you're supposed to relate to. Wow. Idiocracy tried to warn you. Okay. Now I wonder what he would have included in the video titled Idiocracy tried to warn you. Seems like, tried to warn us against what? Because I feel like you and I would have different definitions of what it tried to warn us against. The canceling of Andrew Huber. Okay. Snow White will be the worst movie ever made. I wonder what his take is on that. I wonder if it has to do with Rachel Ziegler saying that she's going to be a feminist hero. Oh my God. The failing Hollywood propaganda machine. The tragic tale of the Truman Show. Oh my God, this guy. Oh! I think his video popped up before because this video popped up, The Loneliness Economy. And I started to watch it. I remember like a month ago, I was like, do I want to watch this on stream? And then I did not. And so I think that's why this other video popped up. Oh my God, these are amazing. He does put out a lot of videos, I will say. Clockwork Orange tried to warn you. I love how many videos he has titled such and such movie tried to warn you. It's like, okay, chill. Why Kick will change the internet forever? Little bro. Little bro. The most disturbing scams in society, and then has a picture of like a mask. 1984 tried to warn you. Oh, this kid yeah, he's got to be like a teenager. Oh my God. No Country for Old Men tried to warn you. No, it didn't try to warn us of anything. That is not the message of No Country for Old Men. It's not like this big wake-up call to the audience. 7 ways to take down China. Oh my God. Oh, great. Creepy deepfakes that ruin the internet. 7 ways to take down China. Hell yeah. Why Elon Musk is a fraud? Okay, he's not an Elon stan at least. What are these fucking thumbnails? Oh, these thumbnails really are giving, like, spends way too much time online in forums that are frequented by young men. What went wrong? Why did he include a thumbnail of Scarlett Johansson having enormous titties that are on display? Anyway. Okay. Wow. This is gross. I really don't like these thumbnails at all. They make me feel like, ugh. I don't like them. Like Nestle's Warren Children. That's so disgusting. These thumbnails are not doing it for me. I feel like they've calmed down a little bit. They're not as fucking intense. But, oh my God. His 1.06 million subscribers. So societal commentary taken to the next level. Okay, buddy. Societal commentary taken to the next level. Is it though? Is it taken to the next level? Are you really one of the great thinkers out there? Taking society to the next level through commentary? Why societal commentary is collapsing? 2 hours. Yeah. All right. We're going to watch a content creator that I know is safe and good and actually thoughtful and makes content that is not intended for violent young men on the internet. Here we go. Listen, this happens though, okay? I'm still new to YouTube. It's my fault for not doing 1 ounce of research. Although I do think it's important to watch stuff like that sometimes so you can point out where the problems are. You know what I mean? Because the video is well made. Because it does have a lot of views. He does have a lot of subscribers. I can see how that could trick you into listening to what he's saying without pushing back on it. You gotta get a little context on it. Exactly. I mean, we should be doing that with everything that we consume. It can be hard unless it's something super egregious. Like, you know, going into a Ben Shapiro video that you're gonna be like, oh, this fucking guy. Oh, why don't you go make your wife's pussy a little drier? You know what I mean? But when you watch a video made by somebody who you are not already assuming is going to have problematic points of view, then it can be a good test to make sure if you're actually paying attention. Well, okay, I have to move these chips away from me, or else I'm gonna eat this entire bag. Moon tried to warn me. Moon tried to warn me. That is true. Tried to warn me about his content. Okay. Hold on. Okay. This video is called The Decline of Tim Burton, and we had been talking about Tim Burton earlier, and I wanted to do a little bit of political news coverage before we got back into this.
For Mark Salisbury, whether becoming a father had changed the way he made films. In 2006, Tim Burton was asked by his biographer Mark Salisbury whether becoming a father had changed the way he made films. After all, Burton's partner and collaborator Helena Bonham Carter had given birth to their son just 3 years before this. For Burton,
Can you imagine seeing Helena Bonham Carter and Tim Burton walking around as a couple and not knowing who they are, and just seeing them as a couple with their crazy hair and outfits and just vibes? I'm like, who are these people?
The answer was easy. Some people ask the question, now that you're a father, is this why you made Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? Are you going to make films for children? And the feeling I have now is absolutely not. Obviously, becoming a parent is an emotional experience and an amazing experience, but I don't foresee it changing in any way, shape, or form the kind of movies I'd want to make.
Monica Bellucci
in fact,
now?
they might get harsher in some ways. Now, this answer raises an eyebrow for a couple of reasons. Firstly, while Burton's films are dark in tone and can often be quite violent, their whimsical nature has always been appealing to kids. I myself was a massive fan of Burton when I was younger, something I've actually grown out of a bit with age. But who can say they didn't enjoy watching The Nightmare Before Christmas or Beetlejuice every year around Halloween, or staring open-mouthed at the stop-motion marvels of Corpse Bride, or whimpering in the arms of their parents while watching Big Fish? So for him to dismiss his role in children's filmmaking is a bit odd. And second, in 2019, Burton came out with Dumbo, the second live-action remake he made for Disney.
Oh my god.
Like most other Disney live-action
I mean, I would probably put Alice and Dumbo at the bottom of his filmography. And those are two of his more recent films.
Remakes, Dumbo is, to put it nicely, devoid of joy. The palette is bleak and desaturated, the acting is lifeless.
Do something. Mom would have done something.
Mom was not here.
This is my room.
I love her notes.
I want to make scientific discoveries. I want to be noticed for my mind.
Also, do you know who this is? This is Thandie Newton's daughter, who was also in The Last of Us. The first episode plays the daughter of what's his name? Anyway.
The CGI sets are glossy and weightless, making you feel like none of the action has any real impact. And it does that classic late Disney thing of slapping on a really hollow, contemporary, progressive message that insults the intelligence of its audience.
Welcome to the Medici family circus, where we believe no wild animals shall be held in captivity.
Essentially, Burton took all the whimsy and wonder of the original 1941 film and made it not that. But anyone who knows Tim Burton's filmmaking can attest that if you're looking for whimsy and wonder, he's your man. The master of all things strange and unusual.
I myself am strange and unusual.
I mean, this is the guy that gave us offbeat classics like Edward Scissorhands and Pee-wee's Big Adventure. So how do we get from that to this? It's hard to trace a clear trajectory in Burton's work since he has a...
I think another important thing to consider, and maybe she gets into this in the video, but we were presented with the option of Guillermo del Toro. Here's another guy who started to make waves in American cinema with his whimsy and fantastical and highly stylized films, but at the same time, his had a bite to them, especially when you look at something like Pan's Labyrinth. Guillermo del Toro is just better at doing the whimsy while also having great characterization and narrative storytelling, and also just like offering commentary. So I think that's when you compare a Burton to a del Toro, you can really see how actually Tim Burton didn't really offer much in his films aside from a select few that was anything unique and dangerous and exciting in the actual characters and in the actual story. It's just vibes.
Really big portfolio that actually varies a lot more than you would think. But if we take a step back and look at it from afar, there's been a noticeable decline in Burton's work. An illness, let's say, attacking the very soul of his filmmaking. Let's find a diagnosis, shall we?
We shall.
This video is sponsored by Care Of. Care Of is a subscription service that ships
Not
high-quality,
Care
personalized
Of.
time to throw himself to Gene and Will, plant-based film and their products, and see what 50% off your 1958 to parents of. Born Timothy Walter Burton in 1958 to parents Gene and Will, Burton spent his childhood in the sunny valleys of Burbank, California. Only a few miles from Hollywood, it goes without saying that a love for filmmaking was almost native to this upbringing. Burton was a quiet kid, and with two rather disinterested parents...
Any updates on the strike? No, the CEOs supposedly were meeting with themselves today to point the finger of blame, but otherwise no update.
He had a lot of time to throw himself to his whims, creating roughly hewn stop-motion films in his backyard whenever he could. Never the popular guy, Burton had a difficult time in school, and thus developed a growing resentment towards what he perceived to be a very cold society around him. This resentment carried with him into adulthood. He remarks on his high school reunion, "The presidents, the jocks, they had truly peaked in high school, and it was so shocking to see that. It confirmed your suspicions about things, because those who were tortured were forced to be their own people. They couldn't rely on society. They couldn't rely on the culture or the hierarchy to take care of them, so to speak, so they had to make themselves acceptable. The sentiment of feeling like an outsider would very much bleed into Burton's body of work, and is crucial to understanding the trends in his career. After high school, Burton put his artistic talents to practice and pursued a degree at Cal Arts. Co-founded by Walt Disney himself, Cal Arts sought to groom talented animators to work at Disney straight out of school. Burton was part of these early cohorts, and his 5 years at Disney highlighted the generational differences between the golden age animators and the fresh new hires. What's odd about Disney, he reflects in his biography, is that they want you to be an artist, but at the same time they want you to be a zombie factory worker and have no personality. It takes a very special person to make those two sides of your brain coexist. Burton's time at Disney was not a great one. The concept art he made for their animated films was never used, and the first 2 films he made for them barely.
But it's just interesting because you don't see that really reflected in most of his movies, and the fact that like Tim Burton really only has a handful of truly original films. Now, that's not to say that Tim Burton's style isn't original, although at this point it's kind of like old news. But he's done so many remakes, and he's done so many movies that are based off of existing IP. And so I think that's part of the Tim Burton problem, is that one, he is not an outsider. Like Tim Burton is one of the highest grossing directors of all time, and really has been for much of his career. It's not like he's ever been an underdog. It's not like he ever was struggling to get funding from studios to make his movies. Like, no, they gave him as much money as he wanted to make his movies, and his movies have made billions of dollars. And in fact, he is partly responsible for the inescapable trend of Disney utilizing their classic animation films and turning them into live action. Of course, Tim Burton, who did Alice in Wonderland in 2010. Lily, thank you for the 5. Lily. I think somebody else, something, maybe not, maybe. Thank you so much, Lily. Also sparked the new wave of superhero movies with Batman. Yes, listen, I say this as somebody who some of Tim Burton's movies, especially his early ones, I would still put in my favorite films and ones that I watch over and over again. But I just don't think that he is an all-around, one of the great greats when we talk about filmmakers, because you can't just look at the fact that he had this really original, fantastical style when approaching storytelling. If the storytelling is not very good, and if the commentary, and if and if what your goal is as a filmmaker is not something that's really challenging, is not challenging the norm, because Tim Burton challenged the norm but then ended up reinventing it, and that's been how it is for years. So I don't know. And as he got bigger and more money was flowing in, his movies got glossier and were being manufactured on a grand scale, which is very impressive that he was able to take his style and manufacture it on such a grand scale. But everything else has really declined, even when the movies got bigger and made more money.
Barely saw the light of day. This all came to a head when, in 1984, he came out with Frankenweenie, a satirical take on the classic Frankenstein tale about a scientist boy who brings his beloved family dog back to life after it's hit by a car. Here we get themes of otherness, mob societies, and a generally dark atmosphere that would later become characteristic of Burton's work. But despite the involvement of heavy hitters like Shelley Duvall and Danielle Stern, the film did not fare well, and Burton was fired from Disney for using their resources to make a film that was allegedly too dark for the company's child audiences. But this turned out to be a blessing in disguise. With new connections and a host of important people who had seen and appreciated the artistry of Frankenweenie, Burton was asked to adapt a feature of Pee-wee's Playhouse after catching the attention of famous Oddball children's creator Paul Reubens. Again, Burton was drawn to the project because he saw Pee-wee as an outcast stuck in permanent adolescence, much like himself. Pee-wee went on to be a box office hit, and although it was not well received by critics, as most children's material isn't, it went on to be a cult classic in the decades to come. His success as a bankable director allowed him to make Beetlejuice, a dark comedy about a self-proclaimed freelance bioexorcist demon who terrorizes a nouveau riche family that's recently moved into a drafty New England home formerly owned by a newlywed couple who died in a car crash just months before. The film is macabre, weirdly raunchy, and genuinely really funny. It was a critical and commercial success and has an enduring legacy as yet another camp classic. And what's notable here is that only $1 million of the film's $15 million budget was dedicated to VFX, with the rest of the art being dedicated to practical effects, giving the movie a distinctly B-style aesthetic. This was when Burton began playing around with expressionistic, almost Zeusian-style art direction. You can really see this taking center stage in Beetlejuice, imbuing it with a very unique and memorable tone.
And this was honestly when Burton movies are so great, when he focuses on the practical and not on CGI, when he really kind of pushes boundaries stylistically. And also, this movie came out in the late 80s, I think. I can't remember exactly when it came out. And at the time, like, he did seem to really push boundaries creatively and aesthetically and stylistically. This came out in 87.
Since Burton has such an expansive filmography, I won't be going
89.
through each and every one of his films just for the sake of time. Instead, I think it would be more fruitful to do an inventory of the films of his that I think exemplify the best of his work, and the films that exemplify the worst. These films jump the course of many years, but again, if we look at it from afar, we can see that the decline begins somewhere around the mid to late 2000s and early 2010s. I think Beetlejuice is a good jumping off point because, with its wry tone and expressionistic design, it's the first of his films that really contributed to his very distinctive. The projects of Burton's that I find to be the strongest are ones that are created either from his own ideas or from a pre-existing IP that isn't well known to the general public, and thus ones that seem to be quite personal and unique to him. Edward Scissorhands, his 1990 film about a boy with long, sharp scissors for hands who desperately wants to touch but can't, was born from Burton's teenage subconscious. I just felt I couldn't communicate. It was the feeling that your image and how people perceive you are at odds with what is inside of you, which is a fairly common feeling. I think a lot of people feel that way to some degree, because it's frustrating and sad to feel a certain way, but for it not to come through. So the idea had to do with image and perception. And you can tell when watching this project that, more than any before, it seems deeply personal to Burton. There's such a care and attention here. It feels like every inch and second of every scene was carefully thought out. It shares themes of social isolation and appearance versus reality and mob societies with Frankenweenie, but with a more youthful, emotional sensibility to it. The same goes for his 2003 film Big Fish, probably the most notable departure from Burton's typical style. This film is an adaptation of a book by Daniel Wallace called Big Fish, a novel of mythic proportions, which was unpublished when it first arrived in the hands of screenwriter John August. Burton received the script after making Planet of the Apes, which was both critically and commercially panned, and was in the mood to make a smaller film again, and one that wasn't yet a known entity. He and August were drawn to the story after having both lost their fathers quite recently. Burton found that the story articulated complicated feelings about his father's death that he hadn't yet been able to articulate, and found the filming process to be very cathartic. In reading the script, I thought, this is it exactly. This puts an image to the uncommunicable. So I liked that very much. I wouldn't normally do something like that, except it hit me on that level. It's like having a baby, you can't really prepare for your emotions. Being the child of an eccentric father myself, who's known for telling long, elaborate stories about his past, this one hit very close to home. This is the first of Burton's movies that brought me to tears, and I mean a lot of tears. I think this is because it's one of the only ones to deal in small, subtle emotions. The magical melancholy of it actually reminds me a lot of Ingmar Bergman's Wild Strawberries, a movie I'm very fond of. The idea of the uncommunicable that he expresses in regards to Edward and Big Fish is very reflective of how his films are kind of like moving paintings that express the pathos of the story through art direction, color palettes, and costume design. The art direction of Edward Scissorhands gives life to the complex emotions behind the film, which allows for the story itself to be quite simple. Everything in the film is practical. Burton and his production design.
Right. So, like, the wonderful thing about Edward Scissorhands is that he uses the aesthetics, he uses the set design to, as a part of the storytelling. Like, it's so iconic, first of all. The juxtaposition between where Edward lives on this like big spooky gray hill, and then the bright pastel colored suburbia down below. But he uses all of that, like it's all to serve this world and this story that he creates there, with these characters. Yeah, it's so wonderful. And in later films, instead, it just feels like he throws actors into costumes and doesn't really give a shit about the acting, and has these still whimsical, fantastical set pieces and costumes and whatnot, but it doesn't service the story because there really is no story.
Designer Bo Welch found a generic suburb and painted every house in it one of 4 colors, seafoam green, dirty flesh, butter, and dirty blue, to strip them of individual character. They also reduced the window sizes to give the neighborhood a more claustrophobic and paranoid feel. Edward's makeup, which calls back to César from the cabinet of Dr. Caligari, is visibly unsubtle, giving it a kind of painterly feel. There are a lot of really interesting POV shots that situate the viewer in the eyes of Edward, a fish out of water looking out at his new surroundings, and also in the eyes of the townsfolk, who watch Edward with grotesque fascination. Burton is able to take his frustration out on his suburban upbringing here. The film plays a bit like a suburban Gothic, where something sinister is always bubbling under the lysoled surfaces of this colorful neighborhood. While Big Fish is a less visually expressionistic film than Edward Scissorhands, it weaves a lot of fantastical elements into its more grounded story, and groundedness aside, it still has a familiar Burtonian touch, incorporating elements of the Southern Gothic throughout. Burton seems to have really enjoyed making Big Fish. It was one of the first times he felt that the studio completely butt out of the process despite its big budget. He didn't have to submit to script rewrites and big branding like he did with something like Batman, and ended up being quite proud of the result. Although he did have some emotional difficulty with the more realistic scenes, especially because this was one of his first experiences dealing with the real world in his art. It was very intense doing the hospital and bedside scenes. I never went through that with my father, so it wasn't like I was replicating something. I was in Hawaii scouting locations for apes when I got the news that he had died. The final few times I saw my father, he looked ill, but he wasn't bedridden. The only side of it was the emotional side that I had gone through. To alleviate this, they shot the real-life stuff first and quickly, and then focused as much as possible on the fantasy flashbacks, allowing Burton to return to more comfortable territory. This discomfort with intricate, personal emotions would become a great hindrance for Burton's films later down the line. But when he's able to overcome this barrier and use his art as a means of release, it results in something really wonderful. Corpse Bride and The Nightmare Before Christmas are my favorite examples of the evocativeness in Tim Burton's artistry. It's commonplace now to dismiss Burton's role in the making of Nightmare, since despite the fact that the movie was billed with his name in front of the title, it was actually directed by Henry Selick, who would later go on to make stop-motion classics like Coraline and James and the Giant Peach. But the idea for Nightmare was initially conceived by Burton, who wanted to make
I don't think a lot of people realize that because it says Tim Burton's A Nightmare Before Christmas, but Tim Burton is not the one who actually technically directed it.
Film about a character who was isolated because he appears to be scary, but really isn't, kind of like Edward. Since he was working on the Batman sequel, he was unable to commit to the project as a director, but Selick was determined to be as faithful to Burton's wishes as possible. The Nightmare Before Christmas, released in 1993, is a delight from beginning to end, with visuals and melodies that exude a powerful melancholy. It's no surprise the film is as cherished as it is. But Corpse Bride, a 2005 animated film about a repressed Victorian man who accidentally proposes to a dead woman, is when Burton got to actually direct stop motion this time, along with co-director Mike Johnson. The idea kind of fell into his lap by way of his former classmate, the late Joe Ranft, to whom the film is dedicated. Back in the early 90s, Ranft had brought to Burton a 19th century Eastern European folktale which would serve as the basis for the film's story. Burton opted to tell it in stop motion, which he felt would be a much needed contribution to a film industry that was heading rapidly into total CGI territory. Really, what I find most resonant and enduring about Corpse Bride is, like I said, the art. Selick once said of his own 2009 stop motion film, "Coraline is a huge risk, but these days in animation, the safest bet is to take a risk." There's something really special about stop motion animation. I think the labor and time required of it make for a very intimate viewing experience, and that's something we're really missing with mainstream filmmaking today. You can see the artists pouring their hearts into every single movement of the characters, and everything feels very intentional and careful. It evokes the same kind of feeling that old 2D Disney films do, where you're watching a really simple, stripped-down story that allows you space to marvel at the art and let it really speak for itself. Both Nightmare and Corpse Bride are whimsical gothic fantasy films that can be enjoyed by both adults and children alike, and are thus, I think, most emblematic of Burton's style. None of these films I've mentioned can be considered the biggest box office draws of Burton's filmography. While they were all critically and publicly well received, they're by no means his biggest moneymakers. But for me, and I'm sure many other people, they're the films that cemented Burton as a household name. And I think there are some very notable reasons why they are the films to define his legacy. They're original in concept, and therefore completely true to Burton and his belief system. They're also simple parables. That's not to say they aren't multifaceted and grey, but they're digestible enough for young people to make sense of. And those kinds of simple messages are the ones that stick. Lastly, they let the art do the talking. Burton is first and foremost an artist. After all, he came to Disney in their dark age and saw firsthand what the collapse of the art department did for the company. Nurturing art is what's most important to these kinds of otherworldly films, especially when their creator is someone who is admittedly a bit distant from his emotions. Give me unique, powerful visuals, a Danny Elfman score, a simple story, and I'm a happy Burton viewer. But as we'll see in his later directorial pursuits, this artistic, emotional focus would begin to wane in favor of, well, other things. In a 29...
Yeah, I mean, that was the era of Tim Burton just dazzling us with his art and his style and his aesthetics before, before what happens in Hollywood happens, which is that directors sometimes are doing it for too long. They make too much money and they no longer have that, I don't know, they kind of lose that passion, or they lose that drive to really create art rather than just a piece of commercialism. And so many of his films nowadays just really are repetitive, cliched. Nothing feels fresh. Everything feels overdone. Nothing wows us like it did once upon a time. It almost feels like it almost feels like an AI is trying to replicate Tim Burton. You know what I mean? Like when you've watched AIs try to replicate filmmakers like Wes Anderson, later Tim Burton films feel as if it's not actually Tim Burton, but an either, parody of Tim Burton or just a bad AI replication.
19 article for Forbes about the flop that was Dumbo, titled How Tim Burton Became Uncool. Writer Scott Mendelsohn locates the decline of Burton's status as a sort of lost edginess. He observes, "The kind of larger-than-life fantasy spectacles that were once uniquely Burtonian are now almost conventional Hollywood output." For Mendelsohn, the days where Burton was at his most provocative, his most threatening to public sensibility, was when he made Batman and Batman Returns, both of which alarmed parents with their morbidity and dark subject matter. While making Beetlejuice, Burton was also in the process of developing a script for a new Batman film with screenwriter Sam Hamm. Unlike today, the 80s were a low period for the superhero genre. Major studios saw superheroes as campy and childish, and therefore not bankable. But Burton and Ham, in typical fashion, wanted to depart from Batman's campier iterations to make something darker and more serious, returning to the original noir style of the 1940s comics. Warner Brothers sat on the pitch and only signed onto it after the success of Beetlejuice. This was Burton's first big-budget film, and, well, I'm not super well acquainted with superhero movies, but it seems to be pretty good for the most part. The film does have a noir quality to it, borrowing expressionistic lighting and sets to invoke Gotham with a decidedly dreary and otherworldly atmosphere. Like Pee-wee, Burton saw Batman and the Joker as freakish outcasts, except where Batman is repressed by the social conventions of his double life, the Joker is able to enjoy the freedoms that his freakishness affords to him to their fullest extent. Batman went on to be a massive success, and is cited by some as the first true major blockbuster in the way it developed a brand awareness, with audience familiarity, big stars, built-in mythology, and sensational imagery.
Yeah, I think what he did with his Batman movies was he brought in the the fantastical element of superhero stories, particularly with Batman, whose villains are characters, right? You've got Penguin, you've got Joker, you've got Two-Face. Like the villains in Batman are these wild characters, very outlandish. Yes. So it was almost a perfect fit for somebody like Tim Burton to come in and set a new tone with superhero projects, and especially Batman Returns. The darkness in that film is something that really had never been done before in superhero type of superhero movies and TV shows. And it's still something that today, with all the Batman properties, with all the iterations that we have, I still think it's one of the best. I still think that there's something about Burton's Batman movies, especially Batman Returns, where it's a perfect combination of whimsy and scary, like really dark.
But in spite of its unprecedented success, Burton does not like Batman. In fact, he finds it really boring. Luckily for him, the success of the first demanded a second, and with the sequel, Batman Returns, he chose to go even darker. This one is much more violent and graphic than its predecessor, and focuses much more on the moral ambiguity of Batman as a figure.
I actually think that Batman Returns is more... It might be more violent than even the Nolan films.
Burton likes this one a lot more. I think the culture is much more disturbed and disturbing than this movie, a lot more. But they just fixate on things and they choose targets. I like the movie and I don't feel bad about it, and in some ways it's a purer form of what the Batman material is all about, which is that the line between villain and hero is blurred. And it seems that people agreed with him. Batman Returns would shatter the record set by the first film, grossing $268 million worldwide, proving that the public was not only ready for dark adaptations of famous stories, they were hungry for it. While Batman and its sequel are generally great films, memorable and well-liked, they mark the beginning of a long trend in Burton's filmography of adapting pre-existing popular IP to make it darker and grittier, or rather, to make it the Tim Burton version of, like, everything. This was almost inevitable.
When I think of a weirdo, I usually think of somebody who is an individual and free, and it's something that everybody should strive for.
As I've driven home over and over again, Burton fancies himself a bit of an industry outsider. Some people are really good at narrative, and some people are really good at action. I'm not that sort of person. So if I'm gonna do something, just let me do my thing and hope for the best. If you don't want me to do it, then don't have me do it. But if I do it, then don't make me conform. But there are two opposing sides to Burton's brain. The first is the sad outsider one, and the second is the money-making one. I care about money, which is why I get so intense when people are on my case saying, I don't make commercial movies, because I've always felt very responsible to the people who put up the money.
Which is interesting, because that goes against the notion of being a rebel. You know, this whole idea of who Tim Burton is, that he has pushed over the years, that he's an outsider, that he's an underdog, that he pushes the envelope, that he cares about the art, that he doesn't give a fuck about, you know what I mean? Like, that's actually not true at all. And if you just listen to his own words, like, it's very much so in contrast to this image that he has put out of him as an outsider, as a Hollywood outsider.
As we would later come to realize, as much as he fancies himself the dark innovator outsider of Hollywood, this is the side he fancies much, much more. Honestly, when he talks about really anything in his biography, he does it with the kind of arbitrary rebelliousness that a teenager would. Rarely does he clearly express just what exactly is wrong with the society around him or the industry he works in, other than that he doesn't want to have
I don't know if Broey gets into this, but I think it's interesting to note that with all this outsider talk, with all this underdog talk, Tim Burton's films are starkly white. And he has been called out for this before, and his answers is not good. I think the last time that he had answered a question or responded to criticism about his films and his stories being very white, he said something like, because that's how the world is, something like that. She talks about it later. Okay.
To conform to it. But for a man whose films have seen massive commercial success since the beginning, and who has worked exclusively with major production and distribution studios, this rebelliousness seems a bit hollow. And as the years go on and Burton becomes more and more popular, this sentiment starts to feel less provocative and more like being different for different's sake.
In case you haven't noticed, I'm weird. I'm a weirdo. I don't fit in, and I don't want to fit in.
Sorry, Riverdale cannot be a real show. I have never seen one episode of Riverdale, and yet every meme, every clip, every quote that I see, I'm like, no way that this is a real show. No fucking way.
Something we can see most clearly when he decides to adapt well-known stories, which he does almost exclusively these days. The film that really signifies for me the beginning of the end for Burton's work is one that was actually both commercially and critically well received. That film is Sleepy Hollow.
Oh, Sleepy Hollow.
Sleepy Hollow is a 1999
Yes.
supernatural horror film. This one based on Washington Irving's famous 1820 Gothic story, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. The original tale is about a superstitious schoolmaster named Ichabod Crane who goes to stay in the Dutch town of Sleepy Hollow after hearing about mysterious happenings in the region, especially stories about a ghostly headless soldier who wanders around at night in search of his head, named the Headless Horseman. Ichabod develops a particular liking to the 18-year-old Katrina Van Hessel.
I don't think she's saying this as like Sleepy Hollow is bad on the level that Dumbo is bad or that Alice in Wonderland is bad, but that this was where you can see that line of demarcation between old Tim Burton and then current Tim Burton,
who most appeals to him because of her family's vast wealth. But Katrina is already engaged to Brom Bones, who plays a series of pranks on Ichabod in an effort to scare him out of town. One night, Ichabod heads home through the wood and crosses the path of a large, shadowy traveler whose head seems to be resting on his hip. In an attempt to flee, he falls off his horse, never to be seen again. The legend has it that Ichabod may have either run away forever or died of fright, and that the horseman was actually just Brom Bones playing another harmless prank. Simple, right? A nice, fun, spooky tale. The 1999 Sleepy Hollow is a completely different story, literally. It seems here that Burton either completely misunderstands or just doesn't really care about the core themes of the source material, other than that it's spooky. Listen, I'm not some sort of Puritan. I know directors have full license to alter source material to make it more compatible with the medium, or to play around with it to make something fresh and new. But it's the way Burton does it that I take issue with. In this Sleepy Hollow, Ichabod Crane is a police constable from New York who has been dispatched to the town after a series of mysterious beheadings. The superstitious town elders believe the suspect to be of supernatural origins, the Headless Horseman, that is. Ichabod, who is apprehensive about this theory, then embarks on a winding investigation with many red herrings, all the while developing a romance with Katrina Van Hessel, until he finally discovers that the true culprit is Katrina's stepmother, a Satan-worshipping witch who seeks revenge on the town's...
I mean, this movie is 25 years old. Sorry. 25 years old. What's the statute of limitations on spoilers? Okay.
Wealthy inhabitants after one of them left her and her family impoverished as a child. In her elaborate plot, she reanimates the headless Hessian soldier to do her bloody bidding. A long fight ensues, Mrs. Van Hessel is defeated as the horseman, now freed, drags her down to hell, and Ichabod and Katrina live happily ever after. The film is also
If you
very
haven't
violent,
seen it, it's on you, I agree.
with all of the gratuitous gore and bloodshed echoing Burton's favorite Hammer horror films. Sleepy Hollow was met with generally positive reviews when it came
Terrible
out,
Tay,
praised
thanks for
mostly
the 2
for its
months.
rich world building and unique art direction. But frankly, I really don't like it. My main reason being that it's the first instance where Burton does that thing of overstuffing a story, packing in long action sequences, and giving well-known characters unnecessary, shallow backstories for no reason other than to be bigger than the source material. But say it with me, bigger is not always better when it comes to filmmaking. Batman was already a very complex, expansive IP when Burton got his hands on it, with tons of avenues for mythology and world building. That isn't really the case with Irving's short story. The plot is so—
Yeah, I did not like the narrative. I didn't like the storytelling in Sleepy Hollow.
convoluted, it's almost impossible to follow, and because of this, half of the scenes are dedicated just to exposition at the expense of any emotional resonance. The scenes between Ichabod and Katrina suffer mostly for this, which are so lifeless and awkward.
They were my mother's books. My father believes tales of romance caused the brain fever that killed my mother. She died 2 years ago come midwinter. These are strange. These markings, what are they?
I've had them since I can remember.
Yeah, it just like it speaks to a ironically the issue of lifelessness that can be found in Burton films, as just despite everything that's going on in a Burton film, oftentimes you'll feel also just like a dullness, a lifelessness to it. And it's boring. Yeah, it's very boring.
This brings us to the elephant in the room that I've been trying to avoid, honestly. Johnny Depp, who I will only be discussing as he pertains to the subject at hand. They try hard to instill the dorkiness inherent to Ichabod's character, but I don't know, with Depp it comes across very forced here.
It was a headless horseman.
You must not excite yourself.
But it was a headless horseman.
Of course it was. That's why you're here.
No, you must believe me. It was a horseman, a dead one. Headless.
Which takes you out of what's supposed to be a pretty serious and adult atmosphere. I kept asking, who was this film made for? It was too graphic to be targeted towards children, but too inexplicably
Okay, here's my take on Johnny Depp. I don't think that overall he is a great character actor. I think that there are some characters in which he is very good, like Jack Sparrow, Ed Scissorhands. Ed Scissorhands. Just abbreviated. Ed Scissorhands, but like Ed Scissorhands, Edward Scissorhands doesn't really do much, and also like Jack Sparrow gets old. I'm going to be honest. I think the character of Jack Sparrow gets old. Yeah. So he's not, yeah, and he's really just, yes, I mean, you could argue he's just a drunk pirate. Yeah. But I just mean like in all, in the Johnny Depp world, he, to me, I don't consider a character actor. Anyway.
Goofy to be taken seriously by adults. One of the greatest criticisms of Burton today is that he reuses the same actors over and over again to the extent that they become exhausting to watch. Depp, who started—
And like, I just don't think that, I'm repeating myself here, but I don't think that Johnny Depp is a good enough character actor like that to be playing in all of these, and by character actor, that's not exactly right, but like, he can't pull off these characters and yet is playing them over and over again in Burton movies because Burton's obsessed with him.
Stars in a whopping 8 of Burton's films, is the actor he does this with the most. This is the first time it's really apparent. Burton forgoes all of Ichabod's greediness for the sake of making him an empathetic protagonist, and then shoves in this Freudian backstory. Here, it's mommy issues. Ichabod's mom, Lisa Marie, is a beautiful witch who is brutally murdered by Ichabod's fanatical dad in an attempt to save her from her sins. Ichabod witnesses the murder and is obviously traumatized, and does he want to sleep with his mom? What the fuck? Okay. Deb has suggested that this version of Ichabod is meant to represent Burton's, quote, battle with the Hollywood studio system, even the world, which Burton doesn't deny.
What?
But like, do we even know what we're fighting against? What does Ichabod defeating Mrs. Van Hessel represent? The majority of Sleepy Hollow was shot on sound stages. Intricate sets were built for the exterior shots to effectively execute Burton's vision to get that natural expressionism he's so famous for. But they also desaturate the palette a lot, which means a lot of the painstaking art direction is lost in the drabness of the visuals. Sleepy Hollow is fun enough, but it's missing that magical, whimsical quality that we love about Tim Burton movies. It actually indicates an early sign of what was to come. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is another case where Burton does not have a great deal of respect or admiration for the original property. By this, I mean the original 1971 film, and as much as Burton would deny it, the book. True, Roald Dahl himself hated the original 1971 Gene Wilder adaptation, but I mean, Roald Dahl also famously kind of sucked. I personally think the movie is great. So going into it, Burton, who cites Dahl as one of his greatest inspirations...
Timothée Chalamet is going to be his replacement as a bad character actor. I don't know, because... I don't know if Timothée Chalamet will go down that same path, because I think he does way more prestigious stuff. Timothée Chalamet is like... I think his caliber of movies already at this age he's at is surpassing Johnny Depp.
And who also detests, quote, the odd and disturbing qualities of the original film, wanted to make a more faithful adaptation of the work. I don't think Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is a bad film. Almost all of the acting performances are wonderful, almost.
Good morning, Starshine. The Earth says hello.
The child actors are particularly outstanding in their roles. I also appreciate that the film has a distinct aesthetic direction which feels very inspired. But the art direction mostly feels so strong to me because Burton did not over-rely on the green screen, using real sets and practical effects wherever possible. Of this he says, and this will become quite ironic later, it just felt like in the age of Lord of the Rings and those kind of grand high-tech movies, this isn't that kind of a movie. It's an expensive movie, but it's not an action movie. It doesn't really satisfy on that level, so it just didn't feel right to over-rely on the technology. These good elements give the film enough inertia to push it into passable territory, but for me, especially rewatching it as an adult, the bad outweighs the good here, and passable just isn't enough. If Burton thought the 1971 film was odd and disturbing, it doesn't appear to me that he made an effort to make this one any less unsettling than its predecessor. He describes Wonka as the Citizen Kane of candy. This is relatively true to the characterization, but he used it as a reason to trade in his usual art direction for what he describes as fascist imagery, a decision which, given Dahl's history with anti-Semitism, is an odd one to say the least. Well, it's that Citizen Kane or Howard Hughes of candy. Obsessives. There's something sad and slightly sinister about them, but not bad. There are many different sides to that. But it just seems like a nice look for the factory, especially with all the intricacy and busyness of the candy. Also, I kind of relate to that, because as a film director, you tend towards those fascist movements. Somehow you relate on a personal level, or something. Okay. Slightly sidestepping that last part because I don't even know what to make of that.
What does that
Is
mean?
It, like, because directors like power? Anyways, it appears that Burton evokes the spirit of fascism in this children's film for no reason other than the fact that he liked the look. And there can certainly be a fascist reading of Willy Wonka and his factory if you want to go there, but it's just a very strange thing to lean into in a celebratory way, especially without much intellectual reasoning behind it. And especially since Burton's always boasting his own self-proclaimed anti-establishment identity. One of Dahl's biggest critiques of the 1971 film is that it places too much emphasis on Willy Wonka, shrinking Charlie's role in the process. Yet in this, Charlie barely gets to do anything in the film other than gape at his peers and answer questions matter-of-factly. Of course, Charlie is a...
Yeah, that comment on fascism is so strange because, one, it did sound like a celebration of fascism, but also, like, you don't watch this Charlie and the Chocolate Factory movie that he made and go, oh yeah, the theme of fascism. Whether it's tearing it down or propping it up, like one way or another.
Blank canvas for the virtuous child, and this is how Burton defended his decision to keep Charlie as bland a character as possible. But if you're going into your film to do it better and more faithfully than the original, then maybe do that. I really do think Johnny Depp is miscast as Willy Wonka. I also think his acting really isn't giving much beyond a bad Pee Wee Herman impression.
Well, my mistake.
I always thought a Veruca was a type of...
Mafia Jinx, thank you for the raid. I hope you had a fabulous stream. Thank you. Welcome in, friends. I am a surgeon. We are talking about Tim Burton and the decline of Tim Burton from his early fantastical, whimsical, wonderful films to just the glossy, commercialized mess that are Tim Burton films nowadays. So we are about we have about 12 minutes left of this video.
Wart you got on the bottom of your foot.
One that he sticks to in spite of the fact that the character is born and raised in England. It makes for this really disconcerting performance where Wonka comes across more like a stereotype of a pedo than a whimsical fantasy man. Burton and screenwriter John August also give Depp another Freudian backstory. This time, it's daddy issues. And it's so heavy-handed, it's almost insulting. At one point, they actually have him lying in a therapy chair. Wonka's dad is a strict dentist played by Christopher Lee, who forces him to wear some really exaggerated headgear that inhibits him from being able to eat candy, so he runs away from home. Wonka's a complicated character. He has to be, and that's why we tried to give him a little context. There's none.
Yeah, but the thing is that just because you give someone just because you give a character a backstory, just because you give them context, doesn't mean that it's actually going to serve the story. It doesn't mean that then you have fixed the problem of of issues in the story. Sometimes it can also make it worse.
None in the book. It's a fable. But in this day and age, you have to, because you don't show any of that or feel any of that. He's just a weird guy. You can't just have a funny guy in a bow tie who's whimsical. I don't know how as a director or as an actor you'd latch onto it unless you found some psychological foundation for the character. He's got arrested development, I would say. Yeah, it's a fable, but the fable isn't about Willy Wonka. It's about the children. Materially, Charlie has nothing, but he has more power in him, more altruism than the rest of the children because he's learned humility. But to bulk up the story, Burton and August deviate far from this message. Yes, we watch all the children get their just desserts, but the entire final 20 minutes of the film are dedicated to Charlie forcing Wonka to reconcile with his father and then adopting him into his own family. The final line is this.
Because the thing is, it's not called Willy Wonka, it's called Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. The story is always about Charlie. And Wonka plays this very mysterious figure where you kind of know a little bit about him, but really not much. And I understand for the sake of rebooting this that they wanted to put a different spin on it, but it didn't work. It made it really strange, and I didn't like Johnny Depp's Willy Wonka. And also, I don't mean that just in he should have been whimsy, but in a fun way. Like, you could have had Willy Wonka give off serial killer vibes, but be charming still. Like, I just did not like the way Depp portrayed the character.
And Charlie Bucket won a chocolate factory. But Willy Wonka got something even better. A family.
But what did Charlie learn?
Who cares?
In the end of the 1971 version, Charlie passes a final secret test where he returns the fizzy lifting drinks that he and Grandpa Joe stole early on, proving that he is capable of doing the moral thing even when it doesn't benefit him. This is why he's awarded the factory. In this version, Charlie is invited to live and work at the factory because I guess he's just docile enough to make a good roommate. This doesn't give him the opportunity to demonstrate any moral fortitude other than when he says he won't leave his family behind, which isn't even presented as a test, it just looks like Wonka wanted some company. This is a rather confusing moral lesson for the audience, and it certainly isn't more faithful to the book since it renders most of the lessons earlier on completely useless from a storytelling perspective. In his biography, Burton says something to Salisbury that I think plays out like a famous last words. CGI needs to be in a framework. It needs to be held in check with other elements so that you're still feeling something that's much more present. For me, there's no such thing as unlimited resources in movies. You need boundaries. Right. Tim Burton's Alice in Wonderland is a 2010 spiritual sequel of Lewis Carroll's 1865 novel of the same name.
Movie.
It takes place ahead of the book where Alice, now 19 years old, is currently facing an arranged marriage. At her engagement party, she runs away and chases a white rabbit down a hole and finds herself back in Wonderland, except it's been inexplicably changed to Underland here, but now finds it very different. She discovers that not only has she been here before as a child when the original story took place, but she is also a chosen one, destined to fight a mythical monster called the Jabberwocky. By defeating the beast, Alice will depose the incumbent Red Queen who has been reigning terror on the land. She's then thrust into a series of adventures with familiar faces from the original story, which eventually leads to a battle sequence where Alice, sporting knight's armor, beheads the Jabberwocky and restores order to Underland.
So bizarre. Just like the story itself, minus the bad CGI, was terrible. It was so fucking bad. And I think it really illuminated that Tim Burton is at his best when he's telling a very simple story. And at the end of the day, like, the guy just got complacent and thought that his Tim Burton-esque style would deliver him a good film and one that audiences would like, when in reality, like, we demanded so much more of him as a director. And it's why ultimately, like, I don't put him up there with the greats, because I don't trust his storytelling. I don't trust his character creations. This movie is so strange.
She is then allowed to go back home, where she promptly turns down the proposal and chooses to become a colonizer. Girl boss. Okay. Carroll's Alice in Wonderland, and even the 1951 adaptation, even though it isn't very faithful to the source material itself, are predicated on the idea of nonsensical nihilism, the idea that our world can often be random and meaningless. We're thus situated in Alice's point of view, a child trying to make sense of an adult's world. When she goes to Wonderland, not only does she feel out of place, but also that she is more capable of reason than her bizarre surroundings. In the process, she grows up a little and exits more prepared than before to tackle the real world, in all its randomness. You would think Burton, who frequently discusses feeling misunderstood and unable to communicate as a child, would relate to this. But in a press conference for the film, he explains, "It was always a girl wandering around from one crazy character to another, and I never really felt any real emotional connection." Like, that's the whole point. And this really underscores the disparity between Alice and a movie like Edward Scissorhands. Why would you choose to direct something you have no emotional connection to? So when adapting it, Burton's goal was, quote, to try to make it an engaging movie where you get some of the psychology and kind of bring a freshness, but also keep the classic nature of Alice. Again, with the dark adult remake. And what we get is a by-the-numbers hero's journey that completely betrays the objective of the book, just like the case with Charlie. Once again, we run into the problem of overinflating Johnny Depp's character at the expense of the protagonist. This time it's even more egregious because the Mad Hatter is originally nothing but a goofy side character. Here, the Hatter is a bitter, traumatized man who's got a whole lot of screen time and weird...
Again, Johnny Depp in a weird role, and one that he does not nail. And in fact is like kind of brings the movie down more.
Sexual tension with Alice. Since we spend so much time with the Hatter, Alice is reduced to this one-note character who gets thrown from event to event, even though this is what Burton disliked about the original. Alice's father tells her something at the beginning that's meant to carry throughout the film.
You're mad, bonkers, off your head. But I'll tell you a secret. All the best people are.
It's something that gets repeated multiple times throughout.
You're entirely bonkers. But I'll tell you a secret. All the best people are.
The whole idea being that, similar to almost all of Burton's other films, there is freedom in difference. But when you realize that Alice ends up doing all the routine things that were predetermined for her, this message rings false. When she slays the Jabberwocky at the end of the film, I kept asking myself, why? What does the Jabberwocky represent to Alice? In the real world, Alice is being forced into a predetermined marriage, something she chooses to reject after her experience in Underland. But this choice is made right after she slays a beast to fulfill a prophecy that was predetermined for her. That's pretty contradictory. Lastly, the film is genuinely hideous. Burton's over-reliance on CGI really destroys any whimsy that was built into the story.
I always wonder if, like, Tim Burton in 1985 saw Tim Burton in 2010, what would he say about that Tim Burton? What would he be cognizant of the fact that this is not art? This is not the way that you tell a compelling story. This is not how you utilize interesting, filmmaking aesthetics in assistance to your narrative devices. No, I don't think so. Yeah, like this is the guy who spent so much time and put so much care into creating the setting for Edward Scissorhands, from all the little details. This is a guy who really, when you look at his early films, you can see the love and the care that's put into them.
This does not go to say that VFX isn't an art. It is, and a ton of human labor goes into it. But many directors, as in the case with Burton, underestimate this labor and expect these artists to operate on whims. As Burton quoted an American cinematographer, "It often felt like we were making it up as we went along," which is not the best way to do it, but because we were mixing technologies heavily and dealing with a short shooting schedule, 50 days of principal photography, it was inevitable. The visuals are all very glossy, flat, and weightless, which makes the world really boring to look at. They're also, like Sleepy Hollow, very desaturated. This is such a missed opportunity for Burton.
He also keeps doing this weird, and I keep using the word glossy, and I mean literally glossy. If you look at Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Alice in Wonderland, there's this like filter that he has on that he puts over his film, and it's really ugly. And it's not cool. It's not vibey. In fact, I think it's detracting. Yeah, it's like a weird airbrush ethereal filter, but not in a way in like Lord of the Rings when Galadriel has that kind of like ethereal filter on. No, this one just looks fucking strange.
He also released the film in 3D as part of his contract with Disney, despite filming it in 2D, I guess because Disney wanted to enhance the spectacle, and it is all spectacle, littered with a ton of arduous action scenes where Alice has to get out of everything based on physical strength rather than wit or reason. Ultimately, though, the spectacle paid off. The film made an insane $1.025 billion, and is credited as having kicked off the much-maligned trend of Disney live-action remakes. So again, Burton proved his success as a bankable director through a movie where he had essentially forsaken all of his core values as a director and artist. And it's what I think led us to where we are now with Dumbo. Burton is at his weakest when he forsakes his source material and goes too big. Sleepy Hollow, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and Alice in Wonderland are all based on beloved works of fiction, fables with clear morals and lessons that Burton, injecting the same tired and shallowly dark and adult themes of misfits, Freud, and anti-conformism, completely betrays. They're bloated with overwrought backstories and unnecessarily inflated characters, and ultimately lacking in heart. These are first and foremost high-budget spectacles, generating an incredible amount of revenue for their studios. When asked about this, Burton said, "When there is a large amount of money involved, I attempt, without pretending to know what audiences are all about, to try and do something that people would like to see, without going too crazy. I think when you try to please everyone, you end up pleasing no one. And whatever happened to, if you don't want me to do it, then don't have me do it. But if I do it, then don't make me conform." As I said earlier, I agree with Mendelsohn when he argues that the Batman movies were an example of Burton at his most provocative. But where I disagree is when he suggests that larger-than-life spectacles are something that's uniquely Burtonian. Like I addressed, Burton's most defining films are actually ones that did not generate the most money at all. Sure, he's been making blockbusters since his early days, but what we associate as uniquely Burtonian isn't big-budget spectacle, it's all the other things. Art, whimsy, folktale, films that pulse with sorrowful yearning, this desperate, melancholic beauty. But somewhere down the line, I think catalyzed by Batman and cemented by Sleepy Hollow, there was a shift from the Burtonian to the overwrought, convoluted, flaccid, surface-level CGI humdrum, the kind of conventional Hollywood output that Mendelsohn speaks of. And he is right that it's conventional. Right now, you can't hop on a streaming service without being confronted with a barrage of dark remakes of your favorite childhood media. It's genuinely plaguing the world of mainstream.
Right, and that's why I said earlier that I think at the center of Tim Burton's decline is the fact that he challenged the norm years and years ago, but then that just became the norm. And he did not reinvent it. He didn't keep challenging the norm. There was nothing, he didn't keep up that excitement that you would feel when watching a Burton movie. And, that happens often. But you do have filmmakers nowadays who are offering much more multifaceted criticisms and takes and criticisms of society and their own take on the concept of being an outsider and being an underdog and just not fitting in. And I don't think that Tim Burton is one of those voices anymore.
Film and TV, especially because Disney, who are attempting with all their might to monopolize the film industry at whatever means necessary, are completely caught up with churning out the safest, most sanitized, uninspired, and honestly insulting remakes of their original films. Films that artists slaved over for years, poured everything they had into making. This is all for the sake of money, and Burton is right there at the center of it. He talks a big talk about being the little guy in a world full of bullies, but at this point he's a pawn for one of the biggest corporate bullies out there. Burton did such an incredible job of developing a distinctive style that defined a generation, one that Mendelsohn argues provided a learning tool for young people to understand auteur theory. In utilizing the same composers, actors, and visual influences, he created a sense of audience familiarity that was clear enough for even children to be literate in. And it's what made him so beloved among us. I think every kid at some point or another experiences feelings of isolation and difference, of not being understood by their parents or society. His films allowed them to be seen, an outlet to escape into and feel nurtured. But I really think that once everyone is an outsider, no one is. And this is something Burton, who pushed this outsider image well into late adulthood despite being embraced by just about everyone, studios, audiences, everyone, still doesn't seem to understand. By the way he dismisses his child audience in the quote at the beginning of the video, it seems he doesn't much respect why the films resonate with them. But it's funny because he approaches these adult remakes from a very childish perspective of rebelling against the establishment. And his unchanging view of this, as his popularity and wealth has grown, has led to very hollow filmmaking, morphing from parodies of his own style to completely unrecognizable from mainstream fare. I am cautiously optimistic about his upcoming Addams Family spin-off for Netflix. Optimistic because the Addams Family, already macabre, is well suited to Burton. Cautious because from the trailer alone it's clear that he's going for spectacle again. And truly, I just really want to see some original material from him. I will forever love my favorite Tim Burton films, which truly contributed to the development of who I am today. But
I would really love to see the next Tim Burton film be completely unoriginal, just a revert to his old form. What do you do when an artist, or what do you do as an artist when your uniqueness becomes the norm? Oftentimes that stylization that makes as an artist stand out takes a lifetime to perfect. Well, I think what happened with Burton is that he got lazy in the way that he presented his art to us. And he took the more he took the bigger is better route, and he forwent the important elements that make up a good film, namely telling a good fucking story and having interesting characters. So I think for him, in order to regain that old Burton-esque, style that he was so known for, I think he has to, like I said, I think it would be good for him to stop doing these big IP films for studios like Disney. I think that he should go back to really focusing on the storytelling. I think he should go back to focusing on practical where applicable. I feel like there's an ego where you stop working with good writers because good writers have opinions and these auteur directors want to hear less from them. Yeah. I don't think I feel like at the end of the day Tim Burton is not a writer director. He's more so a director writer. But I think what it is you have to keep challenging yourself as a filmmaker and not get complacent, even when you were at the forefront of making waves in cinema, whether that's through the content of your films or the aesthetics. And as time goes on, you have to keep finding ways to keep it fresh and reinventive. I honestly don't think he really cares anymore. I think same. I agree with that.
But I do think he's a cautionary tale in living long enough to see yourself become a villain, or at least to see your work reduced to a $40 t-shirt at Hot Topic. Learn from it, kids. The mall goth pipeline is a dangerous one.
But I don't walk around calling myself punk. It's more punk to tell people you're not punk than to sit there and say that you are punk. And whatever. If you want to know what I think that I am, I think that I'm just a rock chick. And I like to rock out. I like to throw shit around. I like to go nuts. I like to lose myself on stage. I like to scream. I like to holler. I like to break things. I like to yell.
Also, Tim Burton needs to step it up with on-screen diversity, okay? I think that will I think that will be a good step in the right direction for him.
Thank you to Louis Osta, Syed Hassan, Malpertui, Morgan, Cooper Stimpson, Nina E, Nadia C, Nick, Jenny Eller, J. Frost McFinnigan.
So that was Broey Day Chanel. The Decline of Tim Burton. Very well made video. Very well made. Okay, friends. It is time for me to struggle by opening up PlayStation Plus. Great video essay, learned a lot. Yeah, I love me a video essay. Been getting really into them. It's time for the origami killer. You know what I mean, toots? You know what I mean? Jason. Jason. Oh, hell yeah. It's time for Jason, who's already dead. That was excellent commentary as well. Yeah, she's fabulous. I think if I had time to make YouTube videos, I would try to make YouTube videos like hers. P.S. Yearly sub going up $40 next week. Well, honestly, I'm fucking done with I'm done with PlayStation Plus. I'm over it. I'm over it. It's such a shit site. I totally recommend the 3-part covering of the Hobbit movies that Lindsay Ellis did. That was genuinely fascinating. You saw how Peter Jackson was compromised. Yeah, it's interesting that hold on, I'm changing my stream title. It's interesting it's interesting that Lord of the Rings was brought up. Almost kind of, it wasn't a total diss, but it was brought up by Tim Burton, and Peter Jackson has suffered from the same thing. He has also been compromised by too much money, by the idea that bigger is better. We know it's not. We know it's not. We know. Okay. Play! Listen, friends, if you are off for the evening, thank you so much for stopping in. Wait, what the fuck happened? Squeeze me? Squeeze me. Thank you so much for stopping in. I hope you come back tomorrow for more fun. Tomorrow is Thursday. We will be doing the normal news content and then getting into gaming, since I don't think I will be defeating this after today. Okay, why is this not working? Why? Why can't this work whenever I think about you? Ah, it's skipping. Oh, no. Oh, it's broked. It's broked. Oh, gosh. Come on. Why is this over here? Please. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It literally will not let me drag it over. Oh, there we go. Woo! Christ on a cracker. Jesus. See, this is why I don't fuck with PlayStation Plus. Okay, this is why I don't fuck around. I don't fuck around.
Less than an hour ago, we heard from the police who have identified the man thought to be the origami killer. Ethan Mars, father of the kidnapped victim Sean Mars, is on the run and should be considered armed and dangerous. A police manhunt is now underway.
I bet you, what's her name's gonna show up still.
Able to announce the apprehension of this dangerous lunatic.
You're like, oh my God, Ethan. That is a ride or die type of gal. She doesn't even know him. She
brought
just
some
keeps
food.
showing up.
I didn't know what you like, so I brought some of everything. I hope that's okay.
my controller! Oh no. What option did I choose?
You're all over the news reports, Ethan. Every cop in the country will be hunting you.
Oh,
They say
God.
you're the origami killer. Is it true?
Yeah, but Toots,
Are you the killer, Ethan?
I love how casually she's just asking it. Are you the killer? Oh, this is not one. Oh, this is... Uh-oh, uh-oh.
There has to be a rational explanation for this.
Uh-oh.
Let me help you, Ethan.
Oh, no. Oh. He's just the, strong and silent type.
I sometimes have these blackouts. Times where I don't know what I'm doing. As if I'm someone completely different. The only thing I remember afterwards is the bodies.
What?
The bodies in the water.
The body's in the water.
Why are you hurt, Ethan? Why were you in that apartment?
Look at me, I will never
I
pass
think my other self is testing
for a
my love for
perfect
Sean.
dad.
He wants to know if I love my son enough to save him.
Okay, dude, that is
means
insane.
There's some part of me that knows where Sean is. But the only way to find him is to go through these trials.
So
Why
he's
can't you
putting
tell that to the
himself through
police?
the trials?
And tell them what? That I'm a schizophrenic who drowned his victims and has kidnapped his own son? They'd never let me go.
I love how
and I have
chill
to stay
she
free
is
to save
hanging around
Sean.
him.
I have no choice.
She's
I'm
like,
his only
I'll help
chance. When Sean is out of danger, I'll turn myself in, but not until then.
You can't keep going like this. You're destroying yourself, Ethan.
Finding Sean is the only thing that matters.
Oh, he really would be the worst dad in the world if this turns out to be true.
There has to be another way.
You don't understand. Time is running out. Sean will be dead in a few hours. I have no choice.
Time after time. It'd be dissociative identity, not schizophrenia.
Please, Madison.
Hey, you know, he doesn't
Leave.
know what's going on.
Forget everything that's happened. There is nothing more you can do for me.
Yeah, the story's a little whack, but listen,
you
it
wanna
came
help
out in
me.
2010.
Leave.
It's better than Alice in Wonderland.
Leave me to do this on my own.
Girlfriend, I don't understand why you are doing so much for this man's who you do not know. The only encounters you've had with him, he is half dead or cutting off his finger. Does he look like Mayor Pete? I mean, I think he just looks like a white brunette dude. Ba, 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 ba. These controls are whack-a-doodle-doo. She can fix him. Yeah. You know what? David Cage, excellent at writing women characters. The final test. Are you prepared to kill someone to save your son? Brad Silver. Oh my god, that's Long John's son! He's gonna kill Long John Silver's son! Katie, thank you for the gifted. But what about the fish fillets? But he's the one who gets the fish for the fillet. He can't be murdered. Really don't like these close-ups of these characters. They freak me out. Oh, is that the rich dude's son? It might be. I think you're correct. I forgot about this pairing.
Manfred. Anybody home?
Anybody? God, every single building in here is so depressing. It's so
Hi there,
bleak.
Manfred. Who is it? Scott. Scott Shelby. Do you remember me?
Scott? Scott! Oh, yes, of course.
Great Scott!
Well, good to see you. How long has it been?
Oh, about 10 years, I guess.
At my age, time means nothing anymore. I repair clocks, but I try to forget about time. Well, how about you? Are you still with the police?
Oh, no, I quit. I'm a private investigator now. This is Lauren. She's a friend.
Hello.
Oh, hello, young lady.
How do you two know each
Well,
other?
this-
Oh, her
this
son
calls
was
for a
murdered, and
celebration.
then she forced herself onto the
I'm just the thing.
investigation.
Wait there. I'm sure I saw a bottle of scotch around here
No,
somewhere.
you guys, that is offensive to this man to say Mitch McConnell vibes. This guy is in such better shape.
Do an old man a favor, would you, Scott? Tell him to call back this afternoon.
Sure, no problem. Hello? Yeah, this is Manfred's. He's not available right now. Could you call back later this afternoon? Thanks.
Oh my god, I would lose my mind if I had to be in this room. Oh, I would too. With the amount of clocks, you know it smells bad in there. The ticking, the incessant ticking.
Well, to old friends.
Like, why? Oh my god. Are clocks famous for smelling badly? No, it's not the clocks. You just know that place in there smells like
Yes, it's beautiful.
old, but not in a good way.
It's a Stradelli, crafted in Venice in the 18th century. It's one of my favorite pieces. Tell me, Scott, what brings you back after all these years?
I'd like you to have a look at an envelope. I thought maybe you could tell me about the typewriter that was used to type the address on it.
Oh, let's have a look. Now, could you pass me the
Is there a good way to
magnifying
smell like
glass
old?
from behind the counter?
Oh, sure,
please?
I'll get it.
Yeah, like,
My
you know,
eyes are beginning to fail me.
you know, like there's some like thrift places that you go into that don't smell horrible. Yeah, like certain old ladies, grandma smells. Yeah, the Werther's original candies. What else is like an old lady smell? Like rose perfume. Wait, what am I doing? He needs his glasses. It's my glasses. Where did he say his glasses was? I got confused. Are they over here? Here they are. His glasses.
Thanks.
He can't see without his
Let's see
glasses.
what this envelope has to say for itself.
glasses.
The Royal 5. Yes, the shape of the T's and the F's is typical of that model.
God, this music gets so loud.
Produced between 1907 and 1924. No doubt about it. It's a Royal 5.
These typewriters, are they rare?
No, they're fairly common. I'd say many folks have one gathering dust in an attic or in their cellar.
Do you keep a record of all your clients?
Oh, yes, indeed. Well, at least the ones who pay.
Any chance I could get a peek at that?
Yes, of course. I keep my account books in the office. If you're not
Like,
in a
literally,
hurry,
what the
I have
hell
a
is
list
Lauren
of all
even
the
there
clients
for?
who ever bought a Royal 5 or
Oh, hell
had
yeah,
one repaired.
dude.
Yeah, that would really help us out.
Delighted to help. Give me 2 minutes, and I'll be right back
Thanks,
with the list.
brother.
You think the killer's been here?
If he has a 1920s typewriter, he may have needed Manfred's services to get it fixed. We'll know when we get the list.
This music is giving parts of Silence of the Lambs. Ah, you silly gal. You silly gal. Oh my god, that ticking is really something.
Been a while
huh?
since Manfred went into his office. Let's take a look. The killer's name might be in Manfred's papers.
Yeah, where the hell did that old guy go? Did he freeze like Mitch McConnell?
Been a while since Manfred went into...
Hello?
Manfred!
Hello? Your call is logged. A police car will be there in a few minutes. I need to know who you are, sir. Sir? Hello?
Stop it!
Oh my god! He's
What
dead.
happened?
Oh.
What? The clocks did it! The clocks did it! Wait, that means the killer was here. He came inside.
Scott?
Oh my god. Don't come back here.
What are you doing?
I'm calling the police.
The killer has already called the police. I think he wants us to be his scapegoats. We gotta get the hell out of here.
Bro,
What
you're a
do you
fucking
mean?
cop.
We have nothing to do with his death. We were just here when it happened.
Look, we're running out of time to find Sean Mars. The last thing we need is 24 hours in a police station explaining this whole thing.
Well, so what do we do?
This guy's like, I gotta flee.
Watch the front door. I'll get rid of our fingerprints from everything we touched since we came in. You better work fast. The police are gonna be here any minute.
Aren't they just each other's alibi?
What are you doing, Lauren? If someone comes in, we're gonna be in trouble.
These are Manfred's account books. He must have been looking for owners of royals when he was killed.
Forget it. We gotta get out of here
Seems
fast.
unnecessary. Literally ruining a crime scene. This seems silly. Alright, wait, what am I supposed to do? I don't want to go to jail again. What we say, we gotta wipe our fingerprints? Gotta wipe it down. Okay, so what did I touch? The phone? I touched the magnifying glass. Over here. Oh my god. Hurry up, Lauren. Okay, the bottle. I god, the music! He just touched it again! Wow, dude. This guy's a great cop. Oh, shit. Oh my god, wait, why is he leaving? What is he doing? Idiot, you still have more shit. Oh my god, this controller is possessed. It's actually possessed.
Dad, be much longer.
Oh no, something's
Police
going
will
on.
be here any second.
I'm almost finished.
Oh my god. Alright, let's go. Oh my god, wait, this is disconnecting. Oh my god, go, idiots!
That's it. We're done.
Okay, you guys, I just want to be clear, this is the worst controller in the world.
I got what I got. It should be enough to prevent them from finding us. Come on, let's go.
Oh no, did I fuck up? Whatever. You know what? He deserves to go to jail. Just for being a cop.
So, you claim the victim was killed while you were in his shop.
Yes, he went to get something in his office.
Dun,
A few
dun.
minutes later, I went in to see if he was okay. That's when I found him.
You should have called the police immediately, Mr. Shelby.
Yeah, I know.
Would have saved us
We
dragging
all
your
tried
ass
to tell
down
him.
Listen, we had nothing to do with it.
We all tried to tell
We
him.
were only there by coincidence. I just wanted to spare myself a few hours declaring I didn't see anything to a police officer.
PI or not, Mr. Shelby, don't leave town. And if you end up next door to any more dead bodies, remember to call us. Okay?
Yeah, see? It was that easy. They didn't think you killed him. What's that accent? Oh, welcome to the game.
Well, Scott Shelby. In trouble again?
Oh my god, this fucking guy.
Wrong time, wrong place. You know what it's like.
Don't sweat it. I'll take care of it. For old time's sake.
Thanks, Carter. I owe you one.
You on to anything at the moment?
Wait, why did I just realize they're all in the same police department?
Got some ideas. Nothing concrete.
Well, if it goes beyond the idea stage, you tell me about it, will you, Scott?
Yeah, he's a PI, but that's cop in my book.
Where are we going?
I'm taking you home. This is getting way too dangerous.
No way. You're partners.
No,
remember, we had a
girlfriend,
deal.
you guys are not partners.
The deal's off. I changed the rules. Whether you like it or not, you're going home.
Yeah.
And I don't want to talk about it. That's it.
This is a serial killer case, and
not
your
a child.
son was murdered.
I know what I have to do. I've got to find my son's killer. You're not going to stop me.
Well, then you can find him without me. I refuse to be responsible for anything that goes wrong.
Stop the fucking car!
Oh my god! Oh! Oh god! Oh god! Oh, we're going down! Oh, we're going down!
You're not going to help me come back and kill my Johnny. I'll do it on my own.
How do they let you live? Because this game knows what's up. Lauren!
This girl's stubborn as a mule. She doesn't let with or without me. Such an idiot. I better catch up with her.
Nah.
It's all my fault. I should never have let her come with me. I can't just leave her like that. She'd do anything to find the guy who killed her son.
I like that I'm sitting in the car just still talking.
Lauren!
She's not Lauren anymore. Just standing here in the pouring rain.
I miss him. I miss him so much. I'd do anything to hold him once again in my arms.
In the arms of the angel. It might help to switch to easy mode. I don't know if that... Oh! Ew. I feel like he's older, could be older than her father. Oh yeah, that's right, the game goes there. Really? I'm not into them as a couple. No, 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 no. That's that motherfucking David Cage shit. Alright, this goof nuts. Come on, dude. I don't trust him at all. To not fuck things up.
Yeah? What do you want?
Where's my son?
Oh, fuck it. I said 1,000 times that I don't want any junkies at my door.
Wait, what's going on?
If you want to score, man, you gotta fucking call first. Come on. Beat it.
Oh. Oh god, here I go. Is he gonna answer again?
Fuck! Are you deaf or what? I said get out of here!
Alright, here we go.
You're gonna cause me trouble, and I don't like trouble.
Okay.
Hey, take it easy, man.
Take it easy.
Keep cool. What do you want? Dope? Money? Tell me what you need. I'm sure we can make a deal, huh?
Oh my god, this dummy. Oh! Oh my god, Ethan. Oh! Sorry, buddy. Oh shit, Ethan's firing back. Oh my god. Bro, how? Oh my god. This is crazy. This guy is the worst shot ever.
Hold it, man. I give you whatever you want. Got dope? Got cash? You want some dope? Please.
I want some dope.
Please don't kill me, man.
Give me some of that Mary Jane, motherfucker.
I got children.
I've got children.
My girls, see?
He
This
just
one's
lit
Sarah.
up his whole house.
And the little one, that's Cindy.
I love when someone's really violent and aggressive and they're like, I got kids.
Please. Please don't shoot.
Do I shoot?
I'm a father too. But I have no choice.
Oh, I forgot he had to kill him because... Oh, I didn't... Shit. Whoa. Well... I don't know. I didn't think that I would pull the trigger that fast. It was kind of an accident. I forgot this was just a random dude who I had to kill to see my son. Again. Just leaving behind some puke. You know how we do. This game made by sociopaths. Do you have a theory about the killer? I haven't really thought about it. I mean, I know they keep pushing us to believe that it's Ethan. Also, that is awful. That sound is awful. If the game's too loud, I can turn it down a little bit. Okay, dude, you gotta be able to figure it out by now. Come on. Come on, man. Roosevelt, hello? Yeah, the audio in the game really is something. Alright, who do I think is the killer? I don't know. The cop. Yeah, that's pretty bleak. He just murdered that guy, huh? Oh, wait, I forgot about the rich family. Maybe it's the dad? I don't know. It's probably... it's probably me. Aw, man, I killed, that was,
Matt, it's Sam.
Long
I got
John
your information.
Silver's son.
The owner of the apartment in Marble Street is a Dr. Adrian Baker. He's a struck-off surgeon. He used to sell drugs to junkies on the quad. He made some cash and bought up some cheap-ass apartments, including the one in Marble Street. Of course, he got caught. He did a few months in prison and was struck off the medical register.
I gotta be honest.
Interesting.
I don't really know what her
Thanks
purpose
for the information, Sam.
in
I owe
this
you one.
is.
Hey, Matt, be careful, okay?
I'm on it.
Besides, like, what, you know, to help Ethan. Is she the killer? I don't know.
The owner of the
That'd be
apartment where Ethan cut
interesting.
off his finger lives here. It's not much of a lead, but it's all I've got. Hi.
Like, why is she
I was
investigating
told
this?
that you could get Bitropin.
What is her job? The booty is purpose enough.
Without a
I
prescription?
guess. Ethan's not even hot.
We're misinformed. Goodbye.
Hold on. I really need your help here. I can pay.
Well, why didn't you say so? Please come
Oh
in.
no, I don't like these vibes. I don't like them.
So, you're looking for Bitropin, my dear? Are you having trouble sleeping? How much do you need?
I don't know, about 3-4 boxes.
Well, no, that shouldn't be a problem. Would you like a drink? I was just about to have one.
Sure.
Sure, why not?
Sounds good. Got any Shirley Temples? I feel like Shirley Temples have been making a comeback. I've been out with 2 people recently who ordered Shirley Temples. Like, not alcoholic ones.
I haven't seen you around here before.
Yeah, this guy definitely roofied
Who
this,
told
by
you
the
about
way.
me?
I met a guy at a party. He popped some Bitropin. Told me he got it from you.
I feel like I shouldn't drink that, but okay.
Can you get other types of medicine?
Everything has a price, my dear. What about you?
Everything
You have a
has a
price.
price, me dear.
Forget it. I'm not for
let's
sale.
go over the rainbow where me lucky charms are.
I heard you had some apartments for rent. I'm looking.
Sorry, darling. Those are all booked up.
Shame. I was looking for
Takes a
something
drink
around
after that.
Marble Street.
Having some trouble.
Oh, yeah, no, it's definitely Ruby.
Didn't your mother ever warn you about accepting gifts from strangers?
This fucking guy. This was the most obvious thing ever that would happen. Wait, so is he the origami killer?
Ah. Say hello to Matthew. He claimed he had come to the census. Another one of those goddamn government spies.
Why'd I drink it? Because I was thirsty.
So, you're interested in my Marble Street apartment. I ran into my friend Paco, if you must know. I have no idea what he does there. Maybe that's where he fornicates with his dancers from the Blue Lagoon. To be honest, I don't give a damn. Just as long as he pays his rent, he can do whatever he likes. But enough with the chit-chat.
Wait, wasn't this an inevitable outcome? I thought, like, you'd have to drink it.
Opportunity to practice. I don't have any instruments here, so I use whatever comes to hand. I hope you won't hold that against me. Hold on.
Oh my god, this guy's such a sick fuck. Oh my god. This is so knockoff Saw. This really is knockoff Saw.
Have you ever noticed? As soon as you start to do a little housework, someone always comes calling. I'll get rid of our visitor and be right back. Don't move. I won't be long.
Come on, girl. Those ropes don't seem that hard to get out. Wait, how do I... Come on. Come on, go! Oh my god, I'm shaking the hell out of this thing. Okay, hold on. Nice.
Hello, sir. I've come to bring the word of the Lord in the form of...
Oh, yes, Jesus! Yes, give him the word of the Lord. Tell him about Jesus! Tell him about Jesus! Oh my god.
The Lord
Oh!
is of no interest to you. We, his humble flock, should walk in his steps, for St. John has said...
Thanks a lot, but I don't need it.
I can't do it! I can't do it! I can't do it!
It is not in the Bible in these times of violence and hatred. Holy Scripture will bring you peace and tranquility.
I can't! I don't know how! It's the controller!
$5.
I can't! She's just doing like ab exercises!
No Bible or...
Oh, there we go, okay. Oh fuck, okay, that one I fucked up. That one is my bad. Yeah, this gives you anxiety? How do you think I feel trying to do it? Oh. Yeah. Kill that bitch! Ow! Oh my god! Holy shit! Oh! Oh! Just kill this man! Kill this! Come on, girl! Oh! Come on! Oh god! so stressful. Oh shit, I was hitting, oh my god, I was hitting square. I was hitting square. Oh, now you hit square again. Oh my god. This guy is so old, how is he still going? Oh, he's still going, shit. Fuck. Oh no. Oh no, I lost. Oh, we're so dead. Come on, girl. Please. I lost to a boomer. Yes. Yes. Oh my god. Oh my god, I did it! Oh, I killed Mitch McConnell! Oh my god. What the hell just happened there? Who is this guy? How did I stumble into the lair of like a sick killer? Oh my god. With peace and love, you're feeling your way through this game. Listen, I'm not gonna deny that. I'm not gonna pretend otherwise. Holy shit, that is stressful. Let me tell you, peeps. Let me tell you, if I had lost an 80-year-old man, that would have been devastating. Jesus literally did save me. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. I think it's time for some believers to be here in chat. If you are in chat and you're a believer, say hell yeah. Say amen. Say I'm a believer. I'm a believer, I couldn't leave her if she died. Yeah, look at all these believers. Wait, so I thought you had to drink the drink. Like it was going to be an inevitable part, so that's why I drank the drink. I guess not. I was taking the hard route. He presents you a lot about it. I just threw it back. I was just like, hells yeah. So, some of you didn't even get to experience
Cracker!
the boomer serial
What you
killer.
doing in there?
Oh my god, Cracker!
Norman Jaden, FBI. Can we talk for a minute?
Yeah?
I'm looking for the owner of a blue Chevrolet Malibu 83. I don't give a damn how the car got here, or whether you stole it or not. I just want to know
You
who bought it
guys,
from.
I meant.
Sorry, man. Don't ring a bell.
I meant, oh my
I got a
god!
real bad memory.
Get me those
Perhaps
garden
I can help you to
salsa
remember.
crackers.
If we find out that you sold the car to the man we're looking for, you're looking at some pretty solid time inside, Jackie boy.
You trying to scare me with your big talk? I never saw your damn
This
car.
guy is huge.
Take a walk.
His neck, like the size of... Oh god, here they come. Taking out the shades. And the glasses. looking for clues. It was a soft A.
Blood. Now why is there blood here?
Why is there blood? I wonder why there's blood. Oh my god! A skull? Just left that out in the open like that? Oh shit.
One of your cop buddies asking too many questions. I had to solder up his little mouth.
Oh my god, is it the asshole guy? Because if so, pretty based.
Hands on your head, pig.
Is everyone in this town a murderer? Yeah,
Let's just
this is
get you out
called
of
a
sight
murder
and
town.
finish you off. Tut tut, no dice, Inspector asshole. Don't even think about it.
Oh my god, another fight. I just barely. Oh, the glasses! The shades! Not the shades! Oh my god. Oh, that one I always never know how to do.
What you got?
Boom! Wait, she's
Enough
doing it,
fucking
sorta.
around. Now you're gonna tell me about the man with the blue car.
Go fuck yourself in the ass.
Oh. Oh my god.
Last chance, Jack. Make it easy on yourself.
What you gonna do? You ain't got them killer eyes, so what? You gonna cuff me?
Well, he did already kind of admit to murder when he said...
Damn! You out of your motherfucking mind, man?
Oh shit,
I
Jack!
took care of
Ain't
your
nothing
cop,
to
buddy.
it. Just a little bit of self-defense. Page 1 of the
Find-
police manual.
find the
Kill
skull.
or be killed.
Tell me about the
Whoa,
car.
whoa, whoa! Stop! Enough! I'm starting to remember some things. You be cool. I'll tell you the tale.
Oh.
No, I don't know
I
nothing
do
about
love a
the guy.
tale.
He wanted me to get rid of his dirty car, get him a new one with false plates. He paid cash, and I ain't the questioning kind. He said I was supposed to drop the word to a guy named Paco down at the Blue Lagoon when the car was done. Now, that's all I know.
We'll continue this discussion down at the station. You're under arrest. You have the right to remain silent. Anything...
Oh no. What's happening?
Shit, not now.
Oh god.
Anything you say can and will be.
Oh.
Hey, you look like you got a problem, man.
Oh shit.
What? They letting you dope heads in the FBI now? God bless America.
Hey buddy, I've got a problem.
Now, I'm gonna give you a little help with your drug problem, Mr. 5-0. Permanently.
Oh no. Why do I get the feeling this is a white guy doing blackjack? That's David Cage. Oh, it is voiced by a white man trying to do a black voice. Classic. Classic Cage. Oh no, am I gonna have to drive? Oh no. Oh, where? This doesn't seem very good. Oh god, oh god. Oh my god, okay. Okay. Oh, did I shoot myself? Oh! Oh my god! Oh, I thought I was a goner. Oh, I thought I was a goner. I was like, I just shot myself. Still alive, baby! Ain't no stopping me now! Oh my god, it's the white guy pretending to be a black guy! Oh, Jesus. Okay, I cannot fuck this up. Go. I must concentrate with all of my body. My mind and soul. Oh, fuck! Dude, come on! Oh, shit! I hate those ones. What is this music? No, here we go again. It keeps beating the shit out of me. Fuck. Oh shit. Oh no. That felt like a bad Tim Burton movie. Also, what is that fucking Oh god. As hard as I try, I just can't do it. But I'm gonna keep trying. Everyone in this game is very interesting voice acting. Very interesting.
So, you think the origami killer killed Manfred?
That makes sense. Didn't want him spilling his guts to us.
And you suspect Gordy Kramer, right?
Oh, him or one of his men. Gordy has the time and the means.
No, I can't go to easy mode. I have to see this through.
Not to mention the fucked up attitude to go along with it. He's only a suspect.
I think I'm getting better. I got it. I got it
He's
now.
a pretty guilty-looking one.
Are these your files on the case?
Yeah, I've been working on them for a couple of years.
Circle.
I built up a mountain of paperwork.
Magazines about origami? You think the killer could have subscribed to one of those?
If he was even remotely interested in origami in the last 30 years, his name may be in there somewhere. Trouble is, there's over 500 names. It gets a squat.
Diddly squat, to be exact.
Do you have anything to eat?
Well, I'm no chef.
Oh, sorry, I
but I should
forgot
be able to
I've
make
been
some scrambled
standing
eggs
here.
if you like.
Great. I'm soaking wet. I need to warm up a little. Is it okay if I take a shower?
Oh.
Be my guest. Go in my bedroom. It's the next door. Oh, I'll cook up the eggs while you're under the shower.
Under the shower? I'll cook up the... Is that a sandwich that's not even in a container? Oh, speaking of, I'm hungry. Yeah, very much so translated from false. False! Why are the eggs just laying there? Wow, cute. Oh! They looked good before, now they look like ass. Dude, these are some nasty looking eggs. Oh my god. It looks like goo. The eggs actually looked normal before, and now they look like gelatinous goo. Mmm, yum. That is not normal looking.
Eggs should be ready by now.
I don't know, my guy. I don't know if those eggs are ready. They look pretty fucked up. Oh! That's not how eggs are supposed to sound. Oh God, you know what? It was a nice effort though. He looks so proud of himself. Oh.
Looks better on you.
Oh my God, David fucking Cage, man, are you kidding me? Oh,
hey, that almost looks good enough to eat.
Are you kidding
What's
me?
that?
The notebook I took from Manfred's place. According to this, about 30 clients bought spare parts for Royal machines in the last 10 years. The killer may be one of them.
Oh, you know, checking out the alibi of 30 clients one by one, that's a lot of legwork.
Oh my God.
Except that if we cross-check them with the list. The list of subscribers to Origami magazines. You still got that, right?
Yeah, of course. Lauren, wait.
Your eggs! Wait, Lauren! Don't you want to eat your
If the killer
delicious
really
slop?
used a royal typewriter and if he subscribed to an Origami magazine, his name should be on both lists.
Well, Lauren, I mean, that's just an assumption, but yeah, I suppose.
His name is here somewhere. Help me. We're gonna find him.
Ah. Don't you want to eat your eggs? I'm sorry. The fucking robe. Are you kidding me? Also, I love that she's just like a professional PI now.
The only guy whose name was on both lists died when he was 10. What are you gonna do now? Dig up his coffin and make him dead?
I know it doesn't make any sense. Unless the killer was only using his name.
But why use the name of a kid who died 30 years ago?
Well, that's what we came to find out. The name is John Shepard. It should be on a grave around here somewhere.
John Shepard?
You never give up, do you?
I'm sorry. Who is that woman? He loved her tenacity. The fierceness behind the sadness in her eyes. She had lost her son, but she had not lost her power. Behind that perfect set of double D's was a broken heart.
Excuse me? I'm looking for the grave of a boy named John Shepard.
Straight ahead, a little further on.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess that's also not a guy who's actually black. Straight ahead. A little further on. What's going on here? What are we taking here? Bill Jones? That's the name of my manager.
Hey, Lauren! I found it! These flowers are fresh. Looks like someone's still tending the grave.
Yeah, probably that weird-ass old lady behind you guys.
Origami figures.
That's one hell of a coincidence.
Motherfucker starts singing Zippity
Oh,
Doo-Dah.
youngin'. That one I knew well.
You knew John Shepard?
I've worked this graveyard nearly all my life.
Oh my
I
god.
remember what happened. It was in 77, October.
Zippity Doo-Dah.
Yeah, good for nothing. Hoodlum.
Death
Get the
wife.
hell out of here.
Zippity day.
Beat it, you lousy no good brats. Come back when you fucking.
Is it
mother
never
comes
not
home
raining?
from work.
He's drunk again. What are we gonna do? It's pouring rain. We're gonna get soaked if we spend a day outside. Well, at least we won't get beat.
Little rain never hurt nobody. Come on, let's go play. Bet you can't catch me!
Just a couple of boys playing in the rain and the mud. Surely nothing bad will happen. It was a night just like tonight. The worst accident I ever seen. Tell 'em Large Marge sent ya. Ha 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 ha. Surely nothing will go wrong. Oh. Sorry, kid. Oh, God. Listen, it's good for you. Builds character.
Move your ass! I'm waiting!
I'm trying, but I never know how to do this shit. Oh God, my whole computer's breaking. Fuck.
Jeez,
Oh
you're nothing.
God, it's all falling apart. Wow, that was so dramatic.
Come on!
Oh, this stupid computer. Oh, this stupid computer.
I told you to watch your head. You dumbass.
I'm sorry. Oh. Poor kid. Is this Ethan when he was a boy, just always getting hurt?
Bet you can't do that.
I swear if it's the other boy who dies, that's gonna make no sense.
Move your ass. I'm waiting.
Oh, come on. All right, here we go, here we go, here we go. Ready? Boom. And launch. Go.
Jeez, you're nothing but a slowpoke.
Hey, I'm trying my best here. It's not my fault. I'm a special boy.
Jeez, you're nothing but a slowpoke.
Oh my God.
Come on, loser.
There was no origami killer. It was just kids who
What you doing? You're coming or
drowning
not?
on their own. Bro, I can't. I can't.
Come on.
Wow, the dramatic tension. Incredible. He's just getting bullied by his friend. Oh my God. Oh, this is intense. These kids are idiots. Oh my God. How much more are we gonna run in a concrete building? Maybe to help turning off motion control? I'm This poor kid. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
It's too hard for you. No chance, I can do it alright. Just you watch.
Just you watch, mate. Yeah, I'm from Detroit. Oh yeah, you don't recognize this accent? This guy walks like all his limbs are broken. You know, everyone has a different accent. Top of the morning to you.
Wait for me! Get a move on!
Oh! We got noodle legs. Oh, God! Oh! You know, maybe you shouldn't do this. Maybe it's not a good idea. I can't. He looks like one of those things outside a car place. It's like,
come on, it's your turn.
oh, Jesus. Oh, Mary and Joseph. Oh, Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Oh, God. The dramatic tension. Here we go, Johnny. Oh, no. Third time surely is when it goes. And cowabunga! No, what is happening? Wait, what's going on? Why is this not working? Oh, because I have... Wait a second. Wait a second. Here we go. Dramatic music! Yes!
It's time to jump up jack.
Yeah, that will be cut out in post, okay? We'll cut that out. We'll cut that out in the edit. Wait, how do I get down? Wait for me! Oh, oh. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus, here we go again. Oh! Go, dude! What? Yo, I think these kids are trying to die.
Whoa! Let's play hide and seek.
Oh my God, they're still going?
And try to find me, okay?
These kids are so... Someone said motion controls don't read.
1,
okay.
2,
well,
3,
I just want to get through this section.
4, 5, 6, 10, 12, 16, 20.
Ready or come here. Ready or not. Ready or come. These are children. Oh my God. What? I was gone for 20 seconds.
Those cries.
Oh my God.
My foot.
This fucking dumbass.
Grandpa, I'll put it over there.
Oh no! Oh, this fucking dumbass kid!
gonna do?
I don't know.
Hang on, John. I'll get help. Just hang on. Go on, hurry.
Hurry! I think the water's rising.
I'm
How did he
hurrying.
get into this
I'll be
situation
right
in
back.
20 seconds? We don't know. No one
But
knows.
the poor kid never did find any help.
Oh, it's me!
His brother drowned in a pipe full of rainwater.
The boy that lived, what happened to him?
Well,
Let me guess, that's
alls
the
I know
origami
is
killer.
He got separated from his parents. I think he got adopted.
Wait, what do you mean he got separated from his parents?
Well,
What
looks
does
like a
that
storm's
mean?
coming.
Do you mean his parents gave him up for adoption? Yeah, he like, I don't know,
Christ,
just
what a
got
horrible
separated from his
story.
parents.
John Shepherd drowned in the rain while holding his brother's hand. Do you think he could be the origami killer?
Come on, let's get back in the car.
Just completely dismisses this theory that they are obviously leading to. Do you think he could be the origami killer? Let's get back in the car.
Wait,
What's the matter?
that man over there.
Yeah?
It's
Charles
him.
Kramer.
Gordy's father? What's he doing here?
Oh! I told you it's the
Putting
rich
power
guy.
On John Shepherd's grave.
I told you. I knew it. But that's it. That is the end. We shall have to pick it up tomorrow. But did he leave an origami? Who's to say? Who's to say about any of this? Who's saying anything? All right, so I will see you all tomorrow. Let's see stream. Let's see. God, I'm so hungry. Okay, so the Subaquan is on Sunday. Don't forget, I'm still trying to put stuff together. And what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, there's some forms that you can fill out if you want to submit anonymous Am I the Assholes, confessions, Am I the Assholes? That sounded weird. But yes, please join the Discord. There's lots of information there, and you can also put in stream ideas. So the plan is right now to do a 24-hour Subaquan on Sunday. So, yay! Oh, item submissions. So I'm thinking that I might do that on my birthday. I'll write in the mod group chat, but I think that might be a good birthday stream since my birthday's in a couple weeks too. Oh, also, September is starting tomorrow night, so that's why I wanted to, with the timing of my subathon, have it on Sunday. So we'll talk about that more. Okay, back to the outro screen. Budget for item submission. I'd like to spend under. I gotta think about that. All right, I'm sending over to. I'm just gonna send you to William. So I'll see y'all tomorrow. Thank you so much for everything as always, and have a wonderful night.